Welcome everybody to 52 Living Ideas. Tonight, we'll be concluding our journey on the art of war. We'll be going through chapter 13. We'll have two readings, and then we'll go through Jason's translation and open it up for comments. So with that, James, would you be so gracious to go ahead and read part one?
Okay. Use of Spies. Sun Tzu said, raising a host of 100,000 men and marching them great distances entails heavy loss on the people and a drain on the resources of the state. The daily expenditure will amount to 1,000 ounces of silver. There will be commotion at home and abroad, and men will drop down exhausted on the highways. As many as 700,000 families will be impeded in their labor. Hostile armies may face each other for years, striving for the victory which is decided in a single day. This being so, to remain in ignorance of the enemy's conditions simply because one grudges the outlay of 100 ounces of silver in honors and emoluments is the height of inhumanity. One who acts thus is no leader of men, no present help to his sovereign, no master of victory. Thus, what enables the wise sovereign and the good general to strike and conquer and achieve things beyond the reach of ordinary men is foreknowledge. Now, this foreknowledge cannot be elicited from spirits. It cannot be obtained inductively from experience, nor by any deductive calculation. Knowledge of the enemy's dispositions can only be obtained from other men. Hence,
Thank you,
I'm sorry, I'm there. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, James. So would anybody else like to read their version of the Art of War? If not, we can go right to Jason's translation. Okay.
I have
You have it?
translation. I don't know if people want to hear it. I'd be happy to read it.
By all means. Thank you, Mark.
Master Sun said, in general, the cost to the people and to the public coffers to mobilize an army of 100,000 and dispatch it on a punitory expedition of 1,000 li is 1,000 pieces of gold per day. There will be upheaval at home and abroad, with people trekking exhausted on the roadways and some 700,000 households kept from their work in the fields. The two sides will quarrel with each other for several years in order to fight a decisive battle on a single day. If, begrudging the outlay of ranks, emoluments, and 100 pieces of gold, a commander does not know the enemy's situation, his is the height of inhumanity. Such a person is no man's commander, no ruler's counselor, and no master of victory. Thus, the reason, yeah, I think
it does. I thought you stopped. My apologies.
Thus, the reason the far-sighted ruler and his superior commander conquer the enemy at every move and achieve successes far beyond the reach of the common crowd is foreknowledge. Such foreknowledge cannot be had from ghosts and spirits, educed by comparison with past events, or verified by astrological calculations. It must come from people who know the enemy's situation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. So Jason, would you like to go ahead and share?
Okay, chapter 13, the beginning. Okay, I think that this, to me, this paragraph is the most important paragraph in the chapter 13. So basically, at least three, I will say three phrases, and then I think the first one is talking about basics is repeat what chapter 2 talking about, how much you have to spend, what's the cost of during this war, any war, how much it costs. Second paragraph try to tell you what's the moral. Is that moral? It is moral to use spy, or if you don't use spy, that's most immoral. Okay. Number 3 is tell you how to get the information, because during the war, how the determined factor of winning is the foreknowledge, but how to do it. I think that's very important in Sun Tzu's teaching. So let me go through this one. Typically, one raises hundreds of thousands of troops who will march thousands of miles to the battlefield, raising the expenditure from the people for the salary for the officers and spending thousands of golds daily, facing disturbance within and without, having people exhausted on the roadside, and as many as 700,000 families without the labor production. Okay, so again, Sun Tzu is very precise, not precise, very like to use all the numbers, specific number to show the severe of the cost. Okay, number 2. This situation will persist for years for the purpose to win in a single day. It is extremely immoral, okay, if one still cherishes the honor of nobility and hundreds of golds and hesitate to reward the people, reward the spies, and doesn't have the information from the enemy. In this case, he cannot be the general of the people. He cannot be the assistant to the ruler. He cannot be the ruler of victory, or you want to call he can own no victory. So this one I need a little bit explanation. I think most of the translation will translate it's very inhumane. Okay, if you cherish your money. Okay, so Chinese word here, they use 不仁, that means not 仁. Okay, so since in general Chinese teaching, 仁, humanity, is the most important moral, okay, most important virtue to a person. So when you use negative term, not 仁, okay, I don't think translate as inhuman, that makes sense. I think it should translate as immoral. So 仁, since 仁 is the most important moral sense. So if you are not 仁, that means you are immoral. So here is telling you, you spend so much money, cost so much, try to defeat your enemy in one battle, and you still care about the money to reward the spy. If you do this, that's very immoral. That means your previous cost totally waste. Okay, so I think that's Sun Tzu want to tell you. You using spy in a way, it's the moral way. Okay, not using spy is immoral. Number 3. Therefore, the reason why an enlightened ruler or a good general can act to defeat others and achieve the goal beyond regular people is due to his foreknowledge. So here talking about the importance of foreknowledge and how do we get the foreknowledge? This foreknowledge is not gained from ghost or spirit, nor a copy of past occurrences, nor a verified result from measuring the sky. It comes necessarily from the people who knows the enemy's information. Here's some, I think there's a lot of translation called, is not from calculation. I think the Chinese word use do, okay? So that's why do, okay? So it means measurement. So a lot of translation will call, including Legg's translation, will call it calculation. But I think that's wrong. The reason is, if you remember at the beginning, at the chapter 1, Sun Tzu said, you need to calculate. You need to calculate, predict, measure, and calculate, right? And then they were considered. I think here, do means measure, and then he's talking about astrology. You look at astrology and you measure the angle, something like this, you know, kind of superstitious. So he said the foreknowledge is not getting from ghost or spirit, not from past experience, also not from astrology. It should come from the enemy side. So how do you get the enemy's information? It must be, I think that's what he tried to do too. Yeah, I'll stop here and thank you. And Amang, if I believe you have something to say.
Thank you. And I appreciate you again retaining a suggestion from me. I agree with what you were saying here. I want to zero in though briefly on this passage that talks about oh, sorry, I lost it there.
You want to see the screen?
No, I've got it here. That it's not rent if one still cherishes the honors of nobility and hundreds of gold, and that is cause to give someone hesitation to enrich a scoundrel, a terrible person, a turncoat, a Benedict Arnold. You can almost see what the hesitation would be from any general, any emperor, any princeling to, why would I give this money to somebody who is turning on their own people? This is an immoral, indecent, they may be invaluable to us on the battlefield, but as a human being, they are despicable. That's his estimation. And what Sun Tzu's making the argument here is, look at what you're spending otherwise. Just on a lark, I looked it up. The cost of the FA-18 fighter jet, if anyone has watched the new Maverick, those things run about 65 million a pop, each jet. And we don't hesitate in the spending of that much money on a single piece of equipment. The equivalency in Sun Tzu's time would be saying, you'll spend thousands of gold on war chariots, but you won't spend that same amount on a person, or half of that amount even, on a single person, because you judge their moral character. And his argument is, this is a time to suspend that judgment, because what needs to be done is to gain that single day's victory, as opposed to protracting a conflict for years and years. Because when rubber meets the road, when everything's said and done, what Sun Tzu's overarching argument is about the cost-benefit analysis and minimizing your cost and maximizing your benefit. And if you're already in for the cost this much, well, half of a jet fighter is worth the cost of a year's less war, because otherwise you'll spend that much again over and you'll benefit no one in the process.
Thank you, Aman. So folks, go ahead and type an exclamation point in Zoom or raise your hand and text exclamation point in the chat or raise your hand in Zoom. So first up, we have David.
I hear the thunder going through. So, yeah, when I was first reading this, I was thinking, what would be the resistance? That's interesting. I like what Amon described, because here's someone in more modern terms. I don't know if this would really apply 400 BC, but if someone is turning to your side, defecting from Russia, saying, I disavow the norms of that community, they're joining you in a sort of heroic way. They're giving up a lot. They're giving up where they came from, what their culture, did offer them, and they're displaced, and they're perceiving your society's values, and they're making a stake in that. So at first, this was sort of mysterious to me, but I like the way Amon explained the suspicion that could be there. I mean, maybe this thinking doesn't apply. Maybe spies in these days at that point weren't converted from a sort of a commitment to a morality of your community. Maybe they were just bought in. Maybe it's not the same kind of thing as saying, we're not really a democracy here in Moscow. That's why I'm ready to betray the fight that is going on, and I'm coming to you and giving you intel. But a little of that is dispelled as we find out kind of the creepy things they're really asked to do as spies, and some of that. So I think it plays out later that they're asked to do some very difficult things, at least in modern terms, in terms of betrayal and destroying somewhat innocent, bumbling, whoever's lying around, they're going to be in trouble. Yeah, they're really going to be asked to do some very difficult things, and that's going to be hard for them. So I guess putting it in terms of, well, your cost of war is 1,000 a day, and we're asking you to put up maybe 1/10 of that, or something on an order of magnitude less in order to support the spying. And it's so significant that take that into account. But the human stress and struggle of it is an interesting question. Let's see if that comes up. You don't seem to talk about the emotionality of that. Okay.
Thank you, David. So in order to make sure we keep them on here for the whole chapter, we're going to keep comments to 2 to 3 minutes, and in order to make sure we get through the entire chapter 13. So go ahead, Quan.
Okay, so maybe it's because at the end we noticed that in chapter 12 and 13, the fundamental principles of humanity and wisdom is mentioned very often, contrary to the others chapters between 3 and 13.
Quan, there's a lot of interference on your microphone.
Oh,
Yeah,
I know why.
do you have a fan?
Yeah, I know why. Okay, and the other thing that I want to mention too is that the last 6 characters of the paragraph is the chuti, chuqing, juoye. Okay, so I want to talk about the 4th character, qing. Here it's interesting because sometimes a Chinese character has many layers of meaning, and that qing means at the same time situation and feelings or emotions. And it's interesting because that qing refer to the practical physical situation of the enemy, but also to his emotional state, which is also useful when studying the enemy. And I stop here.
Thank you, Quan. Next up, we have James.
Okay, I'm just going to save some of my power for later. I sort of like disagree on the nature of spies themselves. From what I've learned, and in fact, the amount of money that is involved in spying in modern times, and the CIA and all the organizations that are sort of like small CIAs, like the Ford Foundation, that have done that. I think there's this. We can't forget that these, and he talks about that later. He says that the spies are actually have to always be handled very subtly, not because they're stupid, but because really they're smart. And nowadays the spies are, you know, he says the spies have to be intelligent. So the intelligent are the intelligent people. And so they do a very difficult job. And you know, and there's the and then and that's actually 5 kinds of them, right? They're even officials, they're even the enemy's officials. And so you know, they have to be paid a lot, and that's what he's talking about here. But they're also they're nowadays in modern times, they're the college guys and gals, the college guys and gals, the Mata Hari of the First World War that was capable of seducing, you know, any general or officer or diplomat that she needed to, and knew how to use knew the techniques of using poison and so forth. So this is not, it's okay to impugn their morality, but it doesn't really describe the real actuality. The actuality, these are the most highly intelligent, most highly trained among us. And there's ways, I'll talk about this later since we're limited for time, but there are ways in which the whole society is corrupted, not just the elite.
Be interested to hear more about that later. John.
Yeah, look, just in my translation, which is Ralph Sawyer's, the second part of the second passage says, it talked about the trade-offs between spies and expenditure on the war, and then went on to say this is the ultimate inhumanity. Such a person is not a general for the people, an assistant for a ruler, or the arbiter of victory. And I'm all for an expansive and synthesized reading of any text where you can take it forward or further, but I'm uncertain. Perhaps I'll say it the other way. If the expansive reading is to include morality, then I think that would have its own merits and argument. And to talk about the morality of spying, I could see the attractiveness of that because it is otherwise immoral. And I think Amon made a very good point about that. So, obviously Jason's reading into the translation as well. But I wondered whether the term inhumanity in the translation I read refers more to the inhumanity on one's own side if a general doesn't spend the money, but in fact jeopardizes his society and his own army to a war where he doesn't have the full information. And the reason I say that is because when you come to the definition of inhumanity in the English, that means extremely cruel and brutal behavior, whereas immoral is more not conforming to accepted standards of morality. And as I said, if you're going to take the not conforming to accepted standards of morality argument in this space, I think that's an expansive reading of it, and it has its own virtues. And I think I can't really comment on that because that's not the place I came to it from. But in terms of and I think on face value, it has merit. In terms of inhumanity, though, if you read it that way, then it's a commentary on the general's inability to have all the information, therefore not being the final arbiter of victory, and really just putting at jeopardy not only all the opportunity costs they're otherwise spending on the war, but actually endangering the mission itself. You're far less likely to win if you don't know, well, you're only half as like, you're at 50% know yourself, know your opponent. So knowing your opponent is very important. And I'll perhaps say that deception's talked about in the rest of the book in a variety of passages. So I'm not sure you need to make an argument for morality in this area, simply because it's implicit in the rest of the book that war in itself, in and of itself, is an act of deception, has acts of deception within it. So I think the reading of it being inhumanity puts the onus back on the general to have all the information. It's not just the trade-offs of the opportunity cost, but rather the jeopardy it puts his society and army at in just simply not having that information. So,
thank you for that, John. Very much appreciate the distinguishing between the morality of spying and humanity. So next up we have Mark.
Okay, I think Paul may have raised his hand, and I'm definitely willing to wait.
No, go ahead, Mark.
Oh,
You're next.
Sorry. In relation to what John was just saying and others about, and I remember, Jason, how you said that you thought the translation immoral was better than inhuman, which is in the Ames, I think it is. I'm just wondering whether what we're seeing is that within this culture, and maybe within even the Confucianist worldview, that being human and being moral overlap, or they coincide. And so to artificially try to distinguish between them may be not as good as it could be. That wasn't what my question was about, though. It was more the third in the I think it's the third paragraph, where he says it's not to be found, but the foreknowledge is not to be found by ghosts or spirits, or through some sort of deduction from past events, or verified by astronomical calculations. And I think, Jason, you may have had a slightly different translation of that. You thought that something else was better than calculations. But my question is really, does this mean that there is never a time for astronomical calculations? Because I remember from the beginning of chapter 11, he said that during these certain times when the moon is in various constellations, it's either favorable or unfavorable to the fire. So I wonder, is there a distinction between what was going on there with calculations in astronomy versus what is implied here?
Yeah,
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mark. I think that's two great questions, right? First, about moral and immoral or inhumanity, okay, or inhuman. Since the 人, okay, which we generally translate as benevolence, or translate to humanity, whatever you want to translate, okay, there's no equal English word to match the word 人, okay. But one thing we can sure is 人, this guy, this thing has been viewed as general moral behavior. So reject this means immoral. So that's my point. So I will say, in this word, Sun Tzu used 不仁, which means not 人 or not human or not benevolence. It means not moral. Okay. Later time, after mentions will focus on 义, which sometimes translated as duty, sometimes translated as righteousness. So after that, people will say not 仁, not 义 means immoral. So I think that's the reason I will translate as immoral. Second thing, let me show the text here about the measurement. Okay, so anything I translate based on the Chinese word. You probably can see if you don't read it, but you can see the first few words are all book, right? Book. That means you cannot depend on ghost and the spirit. Cannot 像 means image. Okay, you could say metaphor or analog from 事 behavior or affair. So I will assume you don't use past or foreign affair as reference. Is not 谚语 度. That's very difficult. Okay, 度 means measurement. So you cannot verify by measurement, which is anti-scientific method, because you measure, verify. That's perfect scientific. But I think here, 度 in that time, a lot of time means measure the sky, look at the astrology. Okay, so that's one way. And then 必取于人. So basically, you see the word he used, Sun Tzu used, is not the ghost, not the experience, not by measurement, but by people. Okay, so knowing 敌之情, okay, like Kwang mentioned, 情 means information, but also it means emotion. So what's going on over there? You have to depend on people. Okay, so in this way, so you want to know people's situation, you should base on people, not based on ghost, not based on the experience, not based on the measurement. So I think that's the point here. And then you may disagree, in today's point of view, you measure the sky just like in chapter 11. You see the moon in somewhere, that means they have the windy tomorrow. It's ridiculous. But during that time, they may consider as science, okay? So that's a science, their science, even you disagree. So I think that's Sun Tzu try to make here. Yeah.
Okay, so
If I could hop in just for one quick second, I wanted to point out, yes, what Jason was saying about the Ren and Buren, it's very hard to translate that into English terms. In Chinese, it would immediately be understood. But the character for Ren, the first one that he's talking about, is simply that same figure as Ren that he showed you at the end, but with the number 2 by it. And so it's a person oriented towards another. You can think of that as a moral or social commentary or any number of levels, but the concept contains itself in the Chinese thought, and to not be in accord with that means to be outside of morality and social decorum and social expectation. And as far as the arguing from measurement or from calculation, I think the key difference is very obvious. You can measure natural events that occur in a predictable way. Here you are talking about knowing the inside mind of your enemy. And that is not an empirical thing. That is something that is subject to whim, and therefore you can only know it through the reporting of other people.
thanks, Aman. So we have Paul, Kwan, Sarah, Peter, and James, and Laura actually as well. So
yeah, thanks. And thank you, by the way, Mark, for your charitable offer to yield the floor to me earlier, just to acknowledgement of that. But all good. I didn't know. So all very good. And the conversation is important because of this morality thing that is, I find so interesting that here we are in the context of spies, we're talking about morality, and we're not artificially injecting that. Aman and Jason are telling us it is there in the text. And yet, throughout this text, there's an implicit theme. First of all, as I understand from you guys, these were not ideological wars between communists and capitalists or something in the past, but one could crudely say everybody was trying to get more stuff for themselves. And it was perfectly acceptable to find the best, cheapest, and most honorable way to get the most stuff for yourself. I could tell me if I'm not stating that right. It's a bit crude, but here suddenly, and Aman, I like what Aman said because it mentions those who cherish the honors of nobility. It seems to imply, indeed, that somebody might say, we can't pay spies because they're despicable, immoral creatures, as Aman said. But the only way I can reconcile that to all the other methods of thinking about life, which is we just get more stuff by any ways we can, is that loyalty is a very high virtue in that culture. And so the author has to fight that by showing that there's another higher virtue. So that's a thought and a question. Thanks.
Let me quickly respond to what Paul talked about. I think that's a very interesting thing to think
Yeah.
about this way, right? So in the, let's say, ideal communist, you would say you guys, the capitalists, is totally immoral because making money, compete for money, that's a totally immoral thing. But within this our world, our capitalist society, we have our own moral sense, right? We make more money, but we donate money, we follow the rule. So we are moral. So I think that's the way you already decide to fight the war. You can say fighting the war is immoral, but since you already fighting the war, you do the best.
I think you muted there from the.
Yeah, I'm done. Yeah.
Okay. So next up we have Quan, Sarah, Peter, and then Laura after that.
Okay. I would like to say, and I won't be short, a run here, I think, has to be taken in a very general sense of the duties of the commander. Okay, let's not forget, it's about the art of war, it's the art of the ruler. And once again, I would like to repeat that the quality of a commander is wisdom, trustworthiness, humanity, valor, and strictness and discipline. So in this paragraph, it's written in maybe in the 5th line that if a person, a commander, is not capable to use spies to know the dispositions of its enemy, he is no leader of man, no help to his sovereign, and no master of victory. Okay, so Ran here is to be understood as someone fulfilling his role as perfectly as possible, because when he accepted the role of commander-in-chief, he is bound by duty and by honor to do his best for his country, for his nation, for his sovereign. Okay, so if he's not using at his best in terms of wisdom, in terms of trustworthiness, in terms of humanity, of valor, and of strictness and discipline, he is no leader of man, no help to his sovereign, and no master of victory. In that sense, he's not a Ran. And I finish here.
Thank you very much for that, Quan. Great insight. Sarah.
Yeah, that was actually, I think what you just said was very, very, very powerful. But I guess my question is really, I kind of forgot it after a few people went, but Jason, if you could just repeat what you were last saying about going directly to the people themselves and not going into the mediator way.
Oh, okay.
And just elaborate on what you kind of found from the writings, or what you perceived from what you read.
Yeah, from the writing, I just go straight from the writing. Okay, in the Chinese text, the text said, not from ghost and the spirit, not from the image of affairs, not from the verification of measurement. It must come from the people, okay, for the information about the enemy. Okay, that's the straight text translation. Okay, so I hope it's clear.
It is. That definitely clarifies exactly what I was. Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
It really depends on how are you going to interpret, right? The image of affairs. How are you going to interpret the verification of measurement? Okay, and how are you going to interpret the meaning of people, right? And I will say people, he means spies. Okay.
Right.
Thanks for the question, Sarah. Peter, then Laura, and then we're going to move on to 2 and 3.
Yeah, I was actually going to say, like, that's well, Jason actually just read that in the right time, because I was going to have him read that as well, you know, if Sarah didn't ask for it. But yeah, I was going to say it's, you know, spies, and I just want to put it into another perspective that I think a lot of people haven't, nobody talked about it yet. So with regards to And once in a while, people will say, like, what about, satellites, right? The ultimate spying thing, military satellites you're seeing from the ultimate bird's eye perspective. And like, is that considered spying? And honestly, I think that's only limited to geographic spying, to be honest. Because, from what Jason just read, that passage, you really can't know the details, the ins and outs of your enemy from a human to human level. Unless you send other humans, right, spies, to actually get person-to-person interaction. And like I said, one of the biggest spy networks in World War II was in Shanghai, one of the untouched, areas of the city that was not bombed by Japan, because it was part, British, American, and French, I think Italian at the same time. So, and that being said, like when you say Ren, right, Ren, yeah, it is pretty much, the person or humanity. And I was thinking that, this is interesting to think about, because I think spying, when it comes to the human side of things, it's one of those things that will actually truly live throughout times, meaning that there's really nothing else that can truly replace it, right? Like even wiretapping someone's phone, it's still not the same thing, if I'm going to be honest with you. So, and I also just realized that the character Ren is in my profile picture. So
Thank you, Peter. So Laura, and then we'll go on to number 2 and 3. You need to be unmute, Laura. Okay. If maybe she had stepped away, so in which case, let's see, I'll just ask her to unmute.
Okay,
There you go. There you go. There you go.
I think my things are somewhat late in line, but I really feel like when you talk about immorality, I think we have to define that, our society in war and our society in peace, because I think spies in war are intelligence gatherers at a specific level, and they have a defined set of rules and roles to live up to. Spies in everyday life have a different role. They are intelligence gatherers, but at a more personal level most of the time, or industrial way. And I think we have to define spies there and spies in war, just as we have to look at morality in everyday society versus immorality in war. When we decide to go to war, there's a reason for it. And I think we change our morality right then and there, because we are subjecting our people to death to some degree, and that's a big piece of morality that it has to be hard to get over, but we feel obligated to do so to save our country or to save the lives of millions of other people. So I think we have to keep those pieces apart and not, make definition about one set of people in immorality, calling people immoral in war, and would we call it immoral in everyday society, if that makes sense there. And I just, in so many ways, I think we just have to keep things defined in some way that we can deal with it better. And so I think we have to, get our systems sort of set up so that we understand what we're really looking at any moment in time. And, there's crossover in terms of what something may mean, but we have to really, again, be careful what it may mean in different places. Communication, okay, we communicate in everyday life, but, when we're communicating at war, we're communicating different kinds of things. And the level of communication takes on a much higher role, and it takes on a role that, makes, it depends on life and death, what we're communicating about, versus when we communicate, sort of, hi, how you doing kind of communication for those not at war and so forth. So that's how I feel about the whole nature of when we talk about the art of war and the pieces that we look at, that we have to define them within what we mean by war and take it from there.
Thank you, Laura. So Sarah, go ahead. We'll go on to number 3 and 4, or 2 and 3. Sarah?
You're on mute.
I'll give you another 10 seconds, Sarah, if that's okay. If not, maybe she had stepped away. So, okay, and Sarah, feel free to unmute and bring up your comments, but we're going to go ahead and continue. So, okay, you've taken your hand up. All right, so thank you. To the James.
Okay, this is the next section.
Read the 2 sections. Okay.
I'd read
Yeah,
2,
read.
okay. All right. Hence the use of spies, of whom there are 5 classes. 1, local spies. 2, inward spies. 3, converted spies. 4, doomed spies. 5, surviving spies. When these 5 kinds of spies are all at work, none can discover the secret system. This is called divine manipulation of the threads. It is the sovereign's most precious faculty. Having local spies means employing the services of the inhabitants of a district. Having inward spies makes use of officials of the enemy. Having converted spies, getting hold of the enemy's spies and using them for your own purposes. Having doomed spies, doing certain things openly for purposes of deception and allowing our own spies to know of them and report them to the enemy. Surviving spies, finally, are those who bring back news from the enemy's camp. Hence, it is that with none in the whole army are more intimate relations to be maintained than with spies. None should be more liberally rewarded. In no other business should greater secrecy be preserved. Spies cannot be usefully employed without a certain intuitive sagacity. They cannot be properly managed without benevolence and straightforwardness. Without subtle ingenuity of mind, one cannot make certain of the truth of their reports. Be subtle, and use your spies for every kind of business. If a secret piece of news is divulged by a spy before the time is right, he must be put to death together with the man to whom the secret was told. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mark, would you be interested or on? Mark,
I'm sorry, Joseph, I can't read right now.
Okay.
Let's just do one and go on to the translation.
I think that's good enough, actually, to be honest, because of where we are on the time. So.
Okay, yeah, this one. So again, Sun Tzu is very interesting to give all the numbers. So I have 5 different kinds of spy. Okay, so he said, hence, there are 5 ways of spying. Village spying, inside spying, reverse spying, dead spying, live spying. When all 5 ways of spying are used together, no one can know which way is at work. This is called the super principle. It is the most valuable treasure of a ruler. Village spying is to use the village man. inside spying is to use the officials of the enemy. Reverse spying is to use the spies of the enemy. That means double agent, double spying. Dead spying is to spread false information and that our spies transmitted to the enemy's spies. Live spying is to have the spies bring back the news. So Sun Tzu lists 5 different kinds of spy. Unlike other categories, it's not a category, but basically it's 5 ways, and you can use 5 all at the same time. And the next part I think is very important is, therefore, for the business of 3 armies, there are no more intimate relationship, nor closer than the one with your spies. There's no reward awarded more than to your spies. There are no secret shared more than with your spies. Remember, spies is so close with the leader. Okay, your spies cannot be used without sagely wisdom. The ways of spying cannot be implemented without morality of Ren and righteousness. The fruit of spying cannot be obtained without subtlety of mind. Be subtle, be subtle. There is no campaign without using spy. If news is heard before the spies reported, put to death the spies and the reporters. I think here I'd like to have some explanation here. At the first part, talk about 5 different ways of spying. Personally, I will read this one more sales pitch or rhetorical. Okay, so but of course, some people would prefer to read it as technical. Okay, so that's just because I don't read this way. I think the important is this part. You see, Sun Tzu is talking about, first, he talking about spy is very close to the leader, okay? And you reward the spy a lot, okay? So think about, look like your brother, okay? You're very close to you. And then talk about, you need only the person with sagely wisdom, okay, with high moral sense, Ren and righteousness. That's the highest moral. Only with high moral sense, high intelligence, and also be subtle. And I think he means the skillfulness is important. Okay, so talking about all the good things, the last part, Sun Tzu talk about the cruelty, right? If something wrong, something suspicious, kill them. Not only kill a spy who is as close as your brother and the person who knows this information. So you can see this kind of thinking here, okay, in a way is very close to your spy, and then reward a lot to your spy, and tell you the ruler, the general, have to only the person with very high intelligence, high moral standard, okay, with high skill, very skillful person can use spy well. But if something wrong, you kill them. Okay, I think that's the teaching here. I'm not saying I agree, but I say that's what Sun Tzu talking about this. Yeah, thank you. And Amang.
I have very little to add to the passage about 5 spies, but the scholar in me says, define your terms. And so we keep using the term spy. And I figured it would be worth making that explicit. I'm dropping it into the chat, but the word in question for spy that's being used is jian. And this word in colloquial Chinese is often used as the word between or as a go-between. It doesn't always connote a spy per se. And if you look at how the character's made up, it's made up of the symbols or the characters for gate and for sun. And so it's a sun underneath or enclosed by gates. It's a really interesting and poignant image to think that a spy is this harbinger, this passageway to shine light, to give you insight, to allow you to see in to something that's otherwise closed off to you. That's what this word keeps saying. And so when he's talking about the 5 types of jian, or 5 types of spies, he's talking about the 5 ways which somebody can do this. And they're valuable as long as they're able to keep doing this. But if you find out that your double agent might be a triple agent, or if you find out that they are, no matter how well you've treated them, no matter how well you rewarded them, if they could be a cost to you, put them to death immediately, because that cost could cost you more than the rewards you already rewarded them. And the whole point of having spies is to minimize your costs and maximize your benefits.
Thank you, Aman. So first up, we have Alexandra.
Yeah, Jason, I just wanted to say that this applies well to what I asked before in the previous discussion we had in your Chinese philosophy group on Saturday, my bad, about disinformation and having a fasting of mind, because I mentioned that sometimes when you have a fasting of mind and you receive disinformation, which is meant to poison you, what do? I would like to juxtapose these 2 sources, because here I see number 2, the use of the officials by the spies. So basically having the government of one country attack itself using spies and disinformation. That's exactly what I'm talking about when I say information that poisons the hearer. So I'd be curious to see if you can do a tie-in between those 2.
Thank you, Alexandra. And I don't have to go too far away from that, because just give some background, because this Saturday we read in Sun Tzu, which is Taoism philosophy, and Alexandra is talking about sending information, and they have the different kind of teaching about the Taoism. So, and I think that's an interesting comparison.
So thank you. Next up, we have Quan.
Yeah. I would like to come back to the etymology of the word jian with the sun between the representation of a door, if you want. So I would say it can be interpreted a little bit like what Aman said, meaning to bring light to the framework or to the dispositions of the enemy. Okay, the door being the symbol for the framework. The other thing that I want to say too is about what is a spy, because when we use the word spy, we often think to the fact that it's someone trying to get information from the enemy, which is true. But when we think about what in modern terms is called intelligence services or intelligence community, getting information from the enemy is certainly one of their duties, but it's not their main duty, because the main duty of the intelligence services is primarily to propagate disinformation, to provoke subversion, to provoke demoralization in the enemy camp, and to create a predictive programming. So most of the time it's not to get something from the enemy, but rather to put something into the mind of the enemy in order to make him weaker. And I stop here. And it corresponds more or less to category 4 and 5.
Thank you, Juan. So next up, we have James.
Yeah, I have to put on my sneaky hat here before I make any more comments. This is good. This is kind of heating up a little bit. I always think this number 5. I love it, number 5, because it makes me think about James Bond. You know, the guy with the exploding pens and the cars that drive underwater and all that stuff. They're the ones. That's actually, it's interesting here because it's live spying. In other words, it's not a type of person; it's actually an activity. So these are not necessarily individuals. These are the spies for 3 armies. So they could be a whole. It's like a whole network of spies, now, just like you have nowadays, and or a whole a system of spying. So I think that's one of the ideas that he's trying to drive home here, and that the whole effort involves a lot of subtlety, because it's not just the dead spying, the ones that the spies that basically expose themselves to the enemy's spies, and the live spying, but it's also the reverse spies, the idea of using the enemy's spies for your own purposes, as moles usually, and then there's the multi-level approach to spying, not just individuals on the ground, but also officials of the enemy's government, so or the enemy's army. So the idea here is that the subtlety of mind. Subtlety is what he wants to really emphasize 3 times, and there's that it's not something that's optional. I think it needs to be observed. I guess the other thing that occurs to me finally is that it's the idea of getting information. I think that was really great the way Iman put it. It is kind of like a shining through a gate. I don't think the door is wrong. I'm just saying this is the way. I just wanted to say this is the way an electronic engineer would talk about it. Information always comes through a gate. So it is a way of a gate is a means of passing information, and the sun, of course, is a shining. So the information comes shining through a gate, to speak in electronic engineering terminology. So pardon me for that nerdism, but that kind of really reflected strongly to me, is that the spy is a Jean. He is both a means, both the what is transmitted, the information, and the means of transmission. So it's really smart way to think about it.
Thank you, James. Followed by John.
Yeah, I just wanted to go to what Quan said, and I agree totally with what he was suggesting. I'd perhaps posit the term agents as opposed to spies in current vernacular, which also could take into account groups of agents or institutions, as James was suggesting. One of the things that I thought was interesting in the consideration of dead spies or misinformation is the term that we have now, post-truth politics. And without venturing into politics, I wonder whether in looking at the rise of fake news, whether in fact we're seeing played out in public acts of what Sun Tzu would call spying, where misinformation is being spread as a deliberate part. I wonder at what point the actual leader becomes a spy. Can the leader himself be a spy? Is this a new paradigm that we sit in, where we see leaders of great powers acting to spread misinformation as if they're actually acting in the course of a dead spy? Perhaps that's the limit of my political comment. And I just got a quote here from a paper I read, which is, in post-truth discourses, reference to the truth is of no importance to its power. Exposing it as lies equally does not diminish the power those words have. So the idea of what lies is, or what truth is, in fact, is almost not the purpose of misinformation. And it's almost like a paradigm shift in terms of some of the implications of this chapter. That's all I wanted to say there.
So thank you very much, John. Sarah, did you have a comment from before? That you had your hand up and okay, if not, we'll go into the final two passages, which is 4 and 5.
Okay. For the army to strike, the city to, oh God, I'm in the wrong one. I'm sorry, everyone.
Oh, that's the right one.
Yeah,
No.
I know, but I was reading your translation instead of the Giles. Pardon me. Whether the object be to crush an army, to storm a city, or to assassinate an individual, it is always necessary to begin by finding out the names of the attendants, the aides de camp, the doorkeepers, and the sentries of the general in command. Our spies must be commissioned to ascertain these. The enemy's spies who have come to spy on us must be sought out, tempted with bribes, led away, and comfortably housed. Thus, they will become converted spies and available for our service. It is through the information brought by the converted spy that we are able to acquire and employ local and inward spies. It is owing to his information, again, that we can cause the doomed spy to carry false tidings to the enemy. Lastly, it is by his information that the surviving spy can be used on appointed occasions. The end name of spying in all its 5 varieties is knowledge of the enemy. And this knowledge can only be derived in the first instance from the converted spy. Hence, it is essential that the converted spy be treated with the utmost liberality. Of old, the rise of the Yin dynasty was due to the Qi, who had served under the Shah. Likewise, the rise of the Chao dynasty was due to the Li Ya, who had served under the Yin. Pardon my pronunciations. Hence, it is only the enlightened ruler and the wise general who will use the highest intelligence of the army for purposes of spying, and thereby they achieve great results. Spies are a most important element in war because on them depends the army's ability to move.
Thank you, James. Mark, would you like to read your translation or not? Okay, so let's move on. We will go to your Jason.
Okay, great. Let's finish it. So, okay. For the army to strike, the city to attack, and the enemy to destroy, the names of the defending commander, lieutenants, visitors, gatekeepers, and advisors must be known beforehand by having our spy look for them. Okay, so go to very detail. It's a must to look for spies from the enemy who are spying on us, persuade them with profit, guide them, and release them. Therefore, the reverse spying can be used as expected. According to the information from the reverse spy, we know that village spies and the inside spy can be put into operation. From the same information, we know that spies can be manipulated to spread false information to the enemy. From the same information, we know that the live spying can be manipulated as expected. The prince must be aware of this 5 spying operation, and the awareness is based on reverse spying. Therefore, the reverse spies must be treated very well. So that, I think this part has a lot of detail on that, okay, the technical operation here. Finally, historically, I think he used, Sun Tzu used 2 examples, okay. This text, let's assume this text is written on 500 BC. So even it's very old, but during that time, China has very long history. So during that time, Sun Tzu is talking about the historical account 1,000 years before Sun Tzu's time, which is about 1500 BCE, right? That's the Yin dynasty, right? Yeah, that's right. And then second example, talking about 500 years later, or you want to say 500 years before Sun Tzu's time. That's he talking about the Zhou dynasty. So he used these 2 examples. Historically, okay, that means 1,000 years ago, the successful uprising of the Yin dynasty was due to Yi Zhi, who had served under the incumbent Xia court. 500 years later, the successful uprising Zhou dynasty was due to Lü Ya, who had served under the incumbent Yin court. Okay, so the history go from from Xia to Yin to Zhou, right? So each new dynasty, they rely on Yi Zhi or rely on Lü Ya, these 2 persons who is working for the enemy side. Okay, so here is a little bit strange. Nobody in today's mind will think Yi Zhi or Lü Ya are spy. So that means either Sun Tzu, okay, try to use this example to convince the prince, the ruler, to use spy, or Sun Tzu may have a different definition of spy, because he probably means use the people, the high-ranking officer on the enemy side, treat them well, then they some way or not they will work for you. I think that's the Sun Tzu means, and so the definition of spy could be very different than what we are thinking today. So hence, it is only the enlightened prince and the worthy general who can employ those high intelligence as spy and have great achievement. So he talk about the people who serve as spy. We are not talking about like only the person who looking for money. The best way is use high intelligent people for spy. He's talking about Yi Zhi and the Lü Ya, which are served as the high-ranking officer, and turn out that they do a lot of contribution, not only for the revolution or uprising, also after the dynasty being established, they also have a great contribution. So Sun Tzu is talking about the people serve as spy. You are looking for the smart people to do it. This here talking about the spying is the most element in warfare. 3 enemies action rely on it. So that's the end of the entire text. And then thank you everyone. We finish it. And Aman.
Yes, thank you. I will go into verbal diarrhea as quickly as possible to get out of the way. I thank you all. I enjoyed this process immensely. This was a fun text, although challenging at times to translate and to go in depth with. I could talk more about spying and I'd be happy to, but I'd like to give sort of an overarching, what have we taken from sort of this very rigorous examination of the Sun Tzu Bing Fa, because I've read it before. I've read it a couple of times, but this sort of long form, in-depth examination, and always when you do translation, you go even further into the text. Sun Tzu puts forward, and I've said some of these things before, so if I'm repeating myself, well, it's good advertising. Sun Tzu is putting forward an argument for a new standard. That is really what this art of war is about. It is arguing for a new standard of soldier, of general, of battle-ready people within the kingdom. In that very last passage, he mentions the Xia dynasty, he mentions the Yin dynasty. To give you some sort of presentism, he's talking about what was to them as far away as the Viking incursion into Northern Europe was for us here now. That's the span of history from his time to what he was referring to. And in all those centuries, warfare had been done away. It had been a thing, very ceremonial, very pomp and circumstance, very much the auspice of the nobility to go out and show their honor and show their might and show their worthiness and their charioteering skills on the battlefield. I believe it was David who asked about what was in the Analects. One thing is Confucius' wry sense of humor about maybe I'll learn to be a charioteer, because that was still considered a noble endeavor at that time. Sun Tzu is putting an argument for a standard of a general, of a military man who knows the value of collecting, controlling, and exploiting information, and that those are the greatest resources, the greatest assets any sort of military man can actually have. Because at best, and he says this early on, if you can win without fighting, that's a great day. Nobody spent thousands of gold a day. Nobody had to die, maybe one or two people, but they were very surgical, very strategic, very minimal. And you achieved your ends without having to incur huge cost. Chapters 1, 2, 3, plan. Make a impartial judgment about doing this. Don't do it because your honor's on the line. Don't do it because you feel a vendetta. Do it because it benefits you. That's the only reason to go to war. And war is really just a proxy for battle of wills, which is why this text continues to speak through generations to the present, because it's not just about being in the battlefield. It is about that. It is a manual for the battlefield, probably one of the first ever written. But more than that, it is a treatise on strategy and on dealing with conflicts of will. And it is, as I've said before, the burgeoning of a system of systems analysis of how complex this entire enterprise is. And that truly the most successful at it will wind up sort of taking the culmination of everything, not recipes or A, B, and C out of the text, but a culmination of the text and a compilation of it into some sort of successful execution in a field, in an endeavor that is multipolar. It's an interplay of so many different facets, and he just touches on them all. I could go on, I'm not going to. I thank everybody for being here. I may go off camera, but I'm still listening. And I'm excited to hear your thoughts. And thank you again. Thank you, Jason. It was fun.
Thank you, Amon.
Yeah.
Enjoy your summer.
So we will take 1 month off, and then really thank you, everyone. And then August, and we will do Confucius Analects. And then again, here we talk about a lot of moral, especially the word 人, okay, benevolence or humanity. Okay, that's the key. okay, not the spy. Okay, so if you go to the Confucius, you focus more on the moral side, and then Confucius, I believe he's against war. Okay, because we are all people, why we fight each other. So different kind of thinking here, even they live in the same time. So again, I'm happy I will stay here for another 30 minutes, and I'm very appreciate everyone can give me feedback, and then thank you for everyone's support, and I hope to see you guys on the next part of translation on the Confucius and the text. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Jason. So first up, we have James, and then I see Laura, you're raising your actual hand. We'll get to you as well. Go ahead, James.
Thank you. Yeah, I kind of like really a lot on Sun Tzu's side here, and I'm kind of, because this is a whole system and it's a whole idea of managing a network of different kinds of spies at once, and creating this whole balancing act and keeping all the balls in the air. And it's very, very impressive, the idea. And I'm just wondering how this filters down, because we've talked about war as a analogy for daily life in business, or life, in corporate life, or in even to a certain extent in personal. I'm wondering how it even filters down to personal relationships. I don't want to. I'm really sort of like trying to cause controversy. Is there a way this sort of idea of having spies in the enemy's camp, if you have an enemy, right? If you have someone that's dangerous to you, if there is let's say even a state actor, maybe there's a state actor that is opposed to your particular political ambition, things like that. You might want to have spies. You might want to have spies, village spies, and inside spies to sort of take care of them. And obviously you can't put people to death, right, for delivering bad news and stuff like that. There are limits when you're not a state actor. But the idea that some of these things can actually happen is really, really entertaining. That this could actually happen on a much smaller scale, and I'm sure there are people that actually do that. I'm sure there are people that read this book and use this spying chapter as a kind of a gateway to how am I going to start treating my important friends. And the most important friend in terms of spy here is the reverse spy. He says that in section 4. The reverse spy is how we know that the village spies and inside spies can be put into operation. So they are among us, and they can tell us information about how the enemy camp operates, and therefore how to put our own spies there into operation. And those are the dead, the dead spies, of course, are the ones that can be manipulated. In other words, you have something over them. Maybe you don't pay them a lot, but you're passing things along to the enemy. And but he does say that the reverse spies are kind of like the most important, because they're actually in the enemy's camp. And we have to sort of be we have to, I think we have to be careful about not paying them too much. They can't be the guy with the house on the hill or anything like that, or the other spies there, or the other agents he is among the other government agents he's among. We'll start to get suspicious. But he's just saying that we have to treat these sort of people best of all. And in a way, might, if you're judging, you would say, those are the most sleazy of all, right? Because they're reverse spies. So I kind of like the general flavor. it sounds amoral, but we have to understand that it's used. This is the Cold War. This was the Second World War, and in the Cold War, this was like the whole game. You know, it's like how many spies Soviet Union could have in the New York City. You know, how many spies the U.S. could have in Moscow, and it was like all a big very, very big game that was actually going on. And I don't know if you know things, I've seen like documentaries that basically show whole floors of buildings being in New York City being devoted to spies. I mean, that's how many spies there actually are. Whole floors of business high rises devoted to one particular spying group. So and that was just the American side. That's not counting, you know, the whatever was going on in the gigantic Soviet embassy and so forth. So yeah, so it's almost like a big business in itself. But I think when we're looking at it from the standpoint of 100,000 men, 3 armies, yeah, exactly. You have to have it. What do you gain by it? But nevertheless, now that this information is out there, how many people are actually using this in their general lifestyle and strategy as part of their general lifestyle and strategy? You know, in other words, how many live spies do I have? How many village spies can I count on? How many what do you call it, officials do I have in the corporation of my enemy, and so on and so forth. So this actually, there is a kind of like a reflection to a certain extent, although the only thing that says that silly idea to me is that, generally speaking, people are not that motivated to take this much care in their jobs, but there are people that are highly motivated. I'm just thinking about that kind of eventuality, that people who are highly motivated are going to be actually carrying out this kind of thinking in real life. That's all.
Yeah, great comments. Yeah, actually, I was thinking about when you said not overpaying a spy in the camp of your enemy. And
Yeah, he doesn't say
James
that,
actually,
but that occurs to me as a problem.
Yeah. But older James came up like the idea that where he was buying houses with cash, and it's like at some point, and they didn't pick up on it. Any case, Mark, go ahead.
Thanks, Joseph. I want to thank Jason and everybody for this really, really great discussion over the course.
You got a little background. You got a little background noise there, Mark.
Can you hear me okay?
Now we can.
Okay. Really good discussion. I was in a Kinko's today, and just as I was walking out, I noticed, you remember those laminate things that they sell that are kind of like fold out, like learn how the heart works, learn how to, does anyone know what I'm talking about? They had one for Sun Tzu, and unfortunately, I couldn't, go back and buy it, but I'm going to buy it soon, and I'll report back on how it distills down the work, the Bingfa, I think you said it was called. My question is, I know that one of our earlier participants, I'm sorry I don't remember her name, made a suggestion about there possibly being 2 moralities, one for a state either at peace and one at war, or not at war and at war. But I'm just wondering,
That was me.
Go ahead.
No, that was me.
It was Laura. It was Laura.
Oh, thanks, Laura. I don't remember, but does it state anywhere that we are always in a state of war, Or is there really a distinction between a time of peace and a time of war? If we're not at war, then we're still preparing for war. And isn't that sort of a perpetual state?
Mm.
Of ever vigilance. Well, war is the greatest affair of the state, so that would make it always a priority. Yeah, I mean, that's how I see it. I think it would be, yeah, it's now depending on how much you your expenditures would be for war. You know, Sun Tzu does talk about the expenses of going to war. So therefore you're taking money from one to go to another. It's a guns or butter argument. So anyway, Jason, or I don't know if you have any.
Yeah, I remember probably Kwang talk about, right? If you read the war as a metaphor, right? So a war is the highest human activity. So you always can use war as a metaphor. But let's forget about metaphor. We talk about the real war. And the very beginning, the very first chapter, very first sentence, right? Sun Tzu said, warfare is a great affair to a state, right? It is the ground of life or death, a Tao or a path to survival or destruction. It is a subject that must be exact. So just like Mark talked about, you are prepared, you always prepare for a war. Just like everybody, you should always prepare something happen, right? You are not going to attack somebody, but you always have to prepare something. When you sleep, you have to lock the door. So you have just make sure your door is locked, not because you hate your neighbor, you worry your neighbor to break it, but that's something you need to prepare. That's how I read this one, and that's I try to respond that one. And then we always not forget on the very first sentence, Sun Tzu talking about the war, right? It's a great thing, life and the death. So,
Go on.
Well, I would like to interact with the question of Mark because I think it's very interesting. Are we always in a state of war? But first, I would like to give the easy answer. Okay, that book has been written by an aristocrat for aristocrats. So when you are born in high families of wealth and power, I would not say the goal of your life is to maintain your wealth and power, but it's a major goal of your life and to maintain your wealth and power. And if one of the major goals of your life is to maintain your wealth and power, you're necessarily in a constant state of warfare, okay? Even if there's no battles per se. And it goes very well with that last chapter because most of the warfare is not done on the battlefield, but rather in the mind, in our own mind first, and the mind of the enemies. And here, and it gave me a segue to go to the higher answer. Let's not forget that, I think that I repeat this for the 10 times maybe, that in this book of the Art of War, you have 3 parts, okay? Chapter 1, 2, 3, who are the high principles part, 4, 5, 6, the epistemological overture, and 7 to 13, the operational skills. So are we always in a state of warfare according to that higher answer? Yes, because we are always in an epistemological growth in the sense that we are always in evolution of our mind from plutocratic or democratic motivations to democratic and aristocratic motivations. In that sense, and it would be the same answer that the Bhagavad Gita would give, because the battle in the Bhagavad Gita is not primarily the battle in the battlefield, but in the battle in the mind of Arjuna. So
Right.
same for the art of war of Sun Tzu. It's not for nothing that half of the book is devoted to the metaphysical, ontological, and epistemological dimensions. And the second half of the book is devoted to the more down-to-earth operational skills, but at the same time, even in that part of the operational skills, we are reminded quite often of the metaphysical and epistemological dimensions. And I just want to take 1 minute to finish, because that art of war from Sun Tzu is 25 centuries old. And I have to say that it influenced a lot Chinese civilization, okay? Because in the mind of the Chinese people, you never go to war in the sense of a battlefield before subduing the enemy psychologically first. And if you are not subduing the enemy psychologically first, the victory is far to be certain. But if you subdue the enemy psychologically first by predictive programming, by subversion, etc., you will increase by manifold your chance at a victory. And if you cannot subdue your enemy at a good enough level, try to buy him before going to war. And I would like to end with an example, which is the apex of stupidity for the Chinese. And when Japan went to war with the US in 1941, and the industrial capacity of Japan at the time was 10% of the industrial capacity of the US, it is an example of the apex of stupidity for the Chinese. And I stop here.
Thank you for that, Quan. David.
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to sort of take up the question James both raised about the analogy in personal relations. And I think that it works both ways, because this is an insightful psychological book that talks not only about psychology, but also the ground and tactics, that aren't the human aspect, and it combines all that. So it's a systems approach. So it should, inform us. And I think part of this is this: we use these wisdoms, we from common sense. It's intuition, especially someone who's good at networking, relating to people. I think they're doing these things, maybe even explicitly, but without reading this text. And when they read this text, they go, yeah, well, of course. Because it applies as much to understanding people as it does to hostile spying. It's non-hostile spying is important in general relationships. You want to see what people are really like and how they operate and what their real intentions are. And you're discovering that all the time indirectly, right? So in peacetime or not, you're always, as much as you're relating to people, improving your bonds with people or improving your understanding of them. So how do you talk to someone who doesn't believe you? This suggests you need a spy on their side they listen to. What is a local spy? What is an official on their side? Someone who has credibility. So if you talk to someone who has credibility with the person you're trying to reach, and they speak on your behalf, or they, because they're told indirectly through your work about something you want to inform the other person of, you can use your channels. These are the channels of communication. So I think that's part of what this is, saying the trusted friends, and the ones just living in the area. Those are the villagers and the local officials. The officials not only have the ear of the power, the ruler, but they also can take actions within that camp. So you know exactly, what kind of people you're talking to, who's listened to by X, their closest friends, and who talks to them, someone you've converted to see your way. That gets your expression of your values or whatever you want to get across onto the other side, who actually knows the reason why X is doing this. because it appears one way and you don't know how to interpret it, at least not effectively, until you talk to one of their peers who's heard from them. So you need a spy to interpret somebody's behavior until you really are intimate with them in the first place, right? Or unless they're disclosing to you in a way that you're sure is truthful. And as far as doomed spies, you know, if you're competing with someone, you can feed them misinformation and they'll go in and they'll look bad and doom themselves for not reporting honestly or not working for that other person's, you know. So yeah, all these things play out in terms of information war pretty directly. Also in terms of just personal one-to-one relationships, you know, in terms of community.
Thank you, David. This is something that I would really like to come back to, is one of the interpersonal relationships. And just how it applies to our lives in general today, or to modern society, and then what everybody has taken from the book in general. I would also like to get people's thoughts on that. So James.
Yeah, David, you gave me some more thoughts. I wanted to comment on the other question. I guess I'll do it in that order. The other question is, what does the state have to do if there's no obvious kind of present war, you know, or is the state officially always at war? And of course, I don't think that's true. You could have centuries, you know, without a war for a fairly large state. And the United States hasn't been continuously at war for extremely long time, just for decades, maybe you could look at it that way, no decade without war for a few decades. So that there is a state without war. There are ways of kind of ensuring no war, such as creating unions, which I would say the European Union is something like that. There's a general tendency to have no wars between the members of the European Union because they have strong trade agreements and control. They even control some legislation through it, I believe. So I don't think, so it's maybe a little bit intrusive that way, but on the other hand, it helps ensure the will towards maintaining a state of peace. And of course, you could have these with countries if they didn't consider themselves enemies. But I think when we look at the history, we look back at the past, there's including the 19th century and parts of the 20th century, but not, you know, like there were times of war, times of peace. And this was true in previous centuries, 17th, 18th, and 16th century, probably. The 16th, I guess the 15th century was pretty bad. Yeah, part of the 15th century. But what happens is a country that's in Europe, of course, what happens is a country needs to make calculations. A country has to, there's parameters, right? So you have to parameterize what the danger on your borders are. In other words, what the danger on your borders is it going to, are other countries going to consider you weak and easy to invade and take advantage of on your border? And not all borders are equally strong in themselves. There are extremely strong borders in places in the world, and some countries have them. But other countries have weak spots and need to pay attention to those weak spots and station soldiers there. So there's this kind of preparation. There's always a degree of preparation that has to be made for war, and it has to be parameterized. You can't. These calculations must be made. What if they arrive by boat and we're not expecting it? You know, so we have to consider. You have to consider what are the possibilities of them doing that, and part of the mitigation could be spying. In other words, peacetime spying could be part of the mitigation. In other words, we know what they're thinking because one of them is paid by us, something like that. But on the other hand, the parameters are probably a much sounder basis. In other words, we know their forces are that strong. We know our defenses are so strong, and we know that we could withstand an attack from country X. So those calculations will cause you to sort of like, well, we have a good basis for peace, to feel confident. Country feels self-confident. The people go about their business with confidence and don't actually need to prepare for all-out war. So this is a constant calculation. Good to have some spies, but you don't have to consider it war. It's just simply preparedness for unpleasant eventualities of miscalculating your own weaknesses, essentially, knowing when you have possible weak spots, such as borders or defenses and so forth, and not actually taking any mitigating measures at all. But mitigating measures does not mean war, in my opinion. Now, on what David was talking about, I think it's really good. The idea of just actually I forget what I was going to say, but what he said was very interesting. I'll stop there.
Thank you, James. Next up, we have Ocean.
Hi there. It's good to join. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Yeah, it's good to join right now. I missed the first few hours, but I totally agree with Sun Tzu's idea of using and dealing with the spies. And I've enjoyed a few people mentioning about the use of the spy in information warfare and so forth. I totally agree. At the same time, I want to add that great philosopher Thomas Hobbes said each human being is essentially at war with everybody else. I mean, it's a very cynical view, but at age 53, I would agree. I mean, some wise people said that in the free market, economy is a warfare without a weapon. Because we're constantly competing. If you're the CEO of the large corporation, your job is to steal as many customers as possible from your competitors and put them out of business. It's nothing. It's just a warfare. We are constantly at war in the free market in order to not be eaten alive by your competitors. And a lot of people, we have over 40 million Americans are currently on the food stamps, and millions of people are homeless. That shows that we are not in the utopia. We are in constant war. Not necessarily everybody who's joining this kind of meeting. So I'm sure most of us are successful and don't worry about survival, but it is a warfare. So it's very important to win and how to assess and win the information warfare. And that's all I have to say at this moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ocean. Jason, followed by Mon.
Yeah, by the way, I need to go in a few minutes, but just thank you again. I think that we, among Joe and we all work together I think for over almost 2 years. I think we start from translate 道德经, okay? Now then they go to Confucius Analects and they go to the Art of War, and we probably will go back to Confucius to finish the second part of the book. So I think I learned a lot. When I look at my translation at the 道德经 at the beginning, I say, oh, I should do much better than this. So that means we all improving. We learn a lot through this process, even we read this many times. And before I never think Art of War is a great book, be honest, before. But gradually, I still don't call any book as a great book, okay? But I think it's really depend on what your attitude, right? If you put the effort on that, every book can become a great book. You can read the Bible, say, that's just another fake story. Or you read into, you find out that's a great book. So really depends on what's your attitude. At least that's what I learned. And then especially for the ancient book, they exist for over 1,000 years. They must have some reason they exist for some, maybe the wrong reason, or may not have the right lesson for you to learn. But even if it's the wrong lesson, you will know, that's the wrong lesson. I'm not going to learn, but at least you know it. I think that's important. So I will not say I totally agree on Sun Tzu, but but I learned a lot from this. Even something I disagree, still learn a lot. So I really enjoy everyone, and again, doing the translation, most benefit is myself because I read in a different way, and there's no way, and also among. so and we make a friend. I start to know a lot of people, even most of the people I never meet face to face, and then meet in person, but we really know a lot of people, know a lot of experience. I think that's a great experience. And then for Confucius intellect, it's difficult for me to convert my mind from Sun Tzu's thinking to Confucius' thinking, because when you go to, that's the way I work, because I have to put myself in the author's mind, then I can do the translation. So I remember I talked to Armand, it's so difficult for me to jump from Confucius intellect to go to Art of War, because that's a totally different mindset. But after probably 3 months, I'm fully involved in this one. Right now, I'm thinking about go back to Confucius. I look at the text a few times, but how am I going to start on this? So it becomes a little bit difficult. That's why I ask for 1 month's break, so I can basically empty my mind, transfigure my personality from Sun Tzu to the moral Confucius scholar, so I can learn this one. So, and anyway, that's just my experience, and I think that's great. And I hope to see you guys on the next section, and then we will see how much we can go. I think that's a great experience.
Jason, just 30 seconds, just for me, for my pleasure to contradict you last time on the Sun Tzu reading. I think that Sun Tzu and Confucius are the same because both were gentlemen. And in the case of Sun Tzu, he had to add some practical skill for warfare, but fundamentally they were Junzi. Yeah,
but probably you and I are different people, So I read the. I keep asking myself, what do I learn from this? So to me, I probably don't see much difference by reading this one and reading Plato's dialogue. Okay, so
I agree. I totally agree with Quan. They're very similar.
Yes,
so very similar.
Yeah. Well, so basically, I would say that it's more difficult.
I totally agree.
It's more difficult to stay a gentleman in a warfare situation than in everyday situation. So you even need to be a deeper gentleman in warfare.
Well, I would say they were different. I would say they were different because one of them had a job and the other one was Confucius. And that goes to speak towards the difference between an idealist and a pragmatist. And Sun Tzu was a pragmatist of the highest order. Confucius was a great thinker, but he was an idealist through and through. I wanted to jump in and thank Jason. I find it funny because you say on one hand, you're trying to remove yourself and just convey the words, but then you have to reorient yourself because the words, they affect us. There's no way around it. When we're reading it, when we're engrossed in it, those words have a way of working their way into us and monkeying with the gears of our own internal feelings and thoughts. And the question you posed, Joe, about what is it people have taken away from this? I've taken away that warfare is a proxy. It is simply a MacGuffin that Sun Tzu used. And what he's really getting at is clash of will. When you pit your will against someone unconforming, someone who you cannot convince in any other way. And he stresses, convince them any other way first. There should be a better way to convince them. But if you're going to actually have to have your will and someone else's come to loggerheads, fight like they owe you money. That's really what it kind of boils down to. Don't pull your punches. Don't stand on ceremony or nobility or, you know, the rules of etiquette. If you've gone that far, you have to go in all 100% all the way. When I taught self-defense, I always taught my students, if you have to punch somebody, then you punch them until they can't hit you back. Not until they won't, until they can't. There is a difference, because you do not leave yourself open to thinking, okay, I'm good, and then give your back to somebody who's now motivated to do you more harm. That is on a very personal level, but blown up to the macro level, it applies at a countrywide level too. If you think of warfare as a proxy for a contest of wills, then the question, are we always in a state of warfare that Mark posed? No, not always. There are moments when you're not pitting your will against another, but that potential always exists because you and someone else's agenda don't always sync up. And so you must always be prepared for, okay, we're going to have a clash of wills. Can we resolve this without a need to go to blows? Because that's going to be best for everyone involved. If not, then have you done your due diligence? Have you done your homework? Have you done your push-ups? Have you spent your, 3 threes on the heavy bag to know that if this is going to come to blows, I'm walking away from this much less injured, much less scratched, much more benefited from it than you will. This will cost you more than it will cost me. And that's kind of his overall takeaway. As far as where does this apply into everyone's day-to-day life, James asked, I mentioned I got my job because I had insider information, because I had a spy inside the college who said, hey, this job you want, this is the dean you talk to, this is her credentials, and this is what you two have in common. You should lean on that and write her a letter. I am not above using my inside spy or my reverse spy to benefit myself. And hopefully I benefited, the organization at the same time. But I think we all use a lot of the, not just strategy, but even the tactics of the Sun Tzu in our day-to-day lives. It's just whether we do it eyes open or whether we do it with a sideways glance and pretending like it's not really, some sort of nefarious aspect of his darker strategies. So that's my 2 cents. I'm actually looking forward to getting back to the analytics, which is a sentence I never thought I'd actually say. It'll be fun to do this again, and I think Jason and I get better at it each time we do it. So thank you guys again.
That's a great experience, and for the translation and for present to everyone and get the feedback, from everyone, either agree or disagree. But I think to me it's a great experience. One last thing I'd like to say, just thank you. And then next time you see me, I'm not Sun Tzu, I'm Confucius. So see you guys, and thank you everyone.
Thank you, Jason.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Jason. Thank you, Amon. It's
Manzo.
Take care.
Thanks, Jason.
So next up we have Paul.
Yeah.
James, did you take your
Yeah,
hand
I did it by accident. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Go ahead, James. Go ahead.
I apologize for that. I just want to respond to finally to David's excellent comments. I think I've been reading actually an article on the extreme upper class in the United States and the relationship with the spy agencies through the educational foundations and so forth, especially during the Cold War. This is about the Cold War and how they were, some of these various agencies were actually doing the CIA's work in Europe and places like that on behalf of the the United States, and a lot of the money was funneled through different foundations and agencies. And there was a huge overlap there between the CIA and other government organizations. And this reminds me a little bit of how the upper class generally does business anyway. In other words, if you're fairly upper class, you can hold as many parties as you want. You hold whatever barbecues and dinners and so forth. You pay $1,000 to see the president, to go to a dinner for the president, every 3 months or something, whatever. This is why someone like Elon Musk, right, who has all the money, but is a compulsive person, who would rather work than go to some of the parties. And unless he's generally unpopular because he doesn't show up and network with the other wealthy people as much. It certainly doesn't say things that are terrible. He just, on Twitter or anything like that. He just happens to be unpopular among the elite, I think, and for that reason, and for not playing that game, for not holding the dinners and barbecues and so on, that the managerial class tend to do. And this is the networking. This is the idea that gaining position, gaining influence among peers and so on and so forth. And it's played with other lower classes as well. It's not just the elite that do it, but it's done at a very high level, spending a lot of money among the elite. And it's something that really reflects this idea of gaining power through connections, and that's something that's extremely real and something that's very notable in the United States. There's other ways of gaining power. For example, with other ways of making connections, not just going to parties and so forth and using your wealth to create entertainment, but there's the idea of just having good strong communications. Being in a communications corporation is of course being on TV, things like that. So yeah, so that's all. That's what you were making me think about, David, is that there's this whole functionality of interconnection through society and the nature of the stratification of society, the nature of this stratification and the society we have. So this is a society that's highly based on the stratification, through stratification, the placement of people in high places in other countries through wealth and being a part of this gentleman class that Juan Lee likes to talk about.
So next up, we have, thanks for those comments, James. We'll go to Paul.
Yeah, I think I'll put a little bit of dissent into this discussion. I think we're committing a bit of a crime, a vocabulary crime and a morality crime. That's a bit extreme terms, by this equation of war to the larger, to the larger ideas that are simply about the natural tendency of the ego to want to accumulate more and to use money and power to buy information. And suddenly we've all said, oh yeah, we're just all following the dictates of the art of war. And I just want to point out the slippery slope and the incorrectness of that, in that Quan talks about the upper trigram and the lower trigram of the Chinese character, but I propose that it's a lot easier to reconcile your actions in the physical plane with your values when you're a company trying to, quote unquote, steal the other company's customers and getting information any way you can and trying to build your empire, to equate that with the big decision that's talked about in chapter 1 of the Art of War, of the huge cost, is just plain wrong. Even though you are acknowledging true injustices that result in the world from the capitalist system, then in fact eventually lead inevitably to a class of people going, I'm so pissed off at the upper class that I'm going to get my weapons out. But then you're in a different realm. You're in the actual war. You're in the Russian Revolution. You're in the, and just to equate those, I just feel is a little bit of an injustice in many senses of the word. So I just wanted to throw that into the conversation.
So you feel they're unjust for a variety of reasons, obviously, but that's an actually interesting question, because it's I do want to come back to the idea of spying in general, because if it prevents wars, that's something that I find to be very interesting, because it is a double-edged sword, right? And actually James had brought this up and John had talked about it as well. You know, is there a
Spying
moral
isn't war.
question? What's that?
Spying isn't war, just to clarify, I wanted to add that too. Peacetime
No, it isn't.
happens all the time. It's a way of gathering information. It is not war by itself.
Right. But I just wanted the moral aspect of it that was brought up a little bit earlier, I would like to explore. But anyway, Ocean, go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I disagree. I totally disagree with that. Because I'll tell you what, it kills people. In other words, I agree with Armand. It's clash of egos. So that's a form of war. It doesn't have to use your weapon. The people take a vow and get married, and statistically half the people get divorced. And I personally witnessed my close friends fighting the divorce is one of the nastiest psychological warfares, to completely wiping off my friend's bank account. And as a result, he got depressed. He lost the children. He committed suicide. So you could argue that she showed no compassion for the men who she pledged loyalty forever. She showed no compassion. She basically told him to go to hell, and she went to hell. He committed suicide with his gun. And I've seen more than a few people committing suicide as that kind of a nasty relationship. So it kills people. So you said, yeah, you have your own definition, but I have my own definition. And a lot of those kind of relationships taking out people's lives. So it's a form of warfare. And I quoted Thomas Hobbes, great philosopher, said, we are at war with everybody else. It's not me, it's Thomas Hobbes. And many professional economists said, economy is nothing other than the warfare without any weapon. That's what they're saying. It's not me saying it. So, and sometimes when parents are leaving tens of millions of dollars, sometimes people start to sue. I mean, it's the majority. Unfortunately, I hope it was the minority. The majority, when parents are leaving tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars for inheritance, brothers and sisters start to sue each other like it's a living hell. Okay, and one of my best friends, she asked me the name and phone number of the professional mercenary, because I'm a friend with many former CIA, NSA mercenaries who killed a whole bunch of people. My best friend killed over 75 people in Iraq. So I know
Okay.
a lot of people who can kill.
All right, we're going to
professional-
move on.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Peter.
I know Mon left, but I was gonna say that, and I hope at least one person here knows what I'm talking about. But there's what he said earlier was kind of the individual level as well as the collective level of he defined a clear difference between making sure your enemy or your opponent is not willing to hit back, right, or physically cannot hit back, and
Correct.
and that actually reminded me of I know this is science fiction, but it still is some moralities to it in science fiction, and that's called The Ender's Game, right? There was also a book written about it as well, and in the movie that you can clearly see that by the end, the child prodigy space captain, he was fooled by his own generals, people, thinking it was still a simulation, and he not only destroyed the enemy forces, but he destroyed the entire home planet of the alien species, basically extinction of an entire species, all in the name of not ever retaliating against humanity again on Earth. And of course that devastated him as soon as he learned the truth. And so that's the first thing I want to say. It reminded me of that. And so with something like that, we probably haven't seen it just yet, but I would say it's a huge morality issue.
Could you maybe expand a little bit on what you meant by the relationship there, that that this physical use of force, where he thought he was being fooled,
right? Okay.
Equated to what I'm on, because like I'm like, the only reason I'm asking for clarification, because I think that in the later chapters we really got into how once you've made the decision to go to war, like all bets are off, and that's why it's such a great decision. And then such a careful decision where you're almost using your own, putting your troops in positions where they cannot retreat. And so that's kind of I think a different thing, because it's almost like you made a definite decision where this person has been fooled on. So I'm not seeing the months that I saw as a direct conflict.
Right. The reason I want to bring it up, because I feel like this movie is relevant to what he was talking about, but also when we're talking about an entire species level, right? When we talk about arming and battles, we're talking about like an enemy force. So, I guess I'm putting my own morality in here as well and saying, like, at what point would what a Hmong said goes too far? Like, imagine like an alien just destroyed all humanity instead of the US military, for example. That's a huge difference. So that's where I kind of draw the distinction here. And secondly, what I'll say is the thing about spying thing, I don't know who spoke before Ocean, but it was another gentleman who was speaking, and there was quite a bit of conflict, I could tell. And I guess that's kind of the issue with, personal recency bias, right? And whatever we experience firsthand or secondhand through other people, we might have different definitions. But I would say that spying in its own, even though it may not be direct warfare, but it can lead to warfare. But maybe it can also lead to non-warfare. It depends on the situation, of course. And this is an example I'm going to give that is recent for the sake of we can all relate. So it's not 100 years ago or a couple hundred. I'm sure people here have heard of the, what do you call it? Confucius Elementary, no, excuse me. The organization was Confucius Mandarin Teaching, right? Language organization in USA, in Canada, in Australia, in England, in these Western English speaking nations. And when you think about it, you're like, okay, well, it's Confucianism, Mandarin speaking, right? Like they're teaching children like from elementary to high school or even universities how to speak Mandarin Chinese. But over the past couple of years, it was actually finally cracked down to that the actual organization was actually all part of the Chinese Communist Party's spy network. It was essentially indoctrinating the indigenous population in these Western countries by disguising it as, we're just teaching your Westerners how to speak Mandarin. And that is a huge, vast of, you could say, spy network, right? Because there's really no other reasons other than, I would say, malicious reasons to do something like that. And yes, we haven't gone to war with China yet, but that in itself, I would say, is definitely not moralistic in my opinion. So that's it.
Oh, good. Ocean, are you again? Or no, Quan? I'm sorry.
Yes, no, yes, I'm again.
No. Yeah, the Quan's first.
Sorry, I will cut my fan first. Okay, so I think that it's very interesting, the distinction that Paul made between true warfare when you might die, and it's something that is truly different than the economic warfare, which doesn't entail the possibility of death, well, most of the time at least. However, I would like to come back to the last chapter, okay? I think that's translating the title of that chapter by using spies, which is the exact translation for Yongjian, because Yongjian means using spy. But if we try to go above the words, I would say that a better translation for the last chapter would be on the battlefield of the mind, or the mind's battlefield, because that chapter is essentially about the battlefield of the mind. And let's not forget that warfare, being warfare between two nations, two empires, or two social classes, is essentially and fundamentally psychological warfare. Okay, I don't know if some of you read the Antonio Gramsci, but in Antonio Gramsci, one of the basic understanding of that philosopher is that the upper class will always be in a continuous warfare against the ordinary people through the dominant culture that they would impose. And that epistemological warfare, or cultural warfare, or mental warfare, you can call it as you want, is the foundation of all warfare. Okay, because once again, in the last chapter, the 13 of the Sun Tzu Bing Fa, the major lessons is that you can win by subversion, by mental manipulation, by economic warfare, and you don't need to go to physical or what is called kinetic warfare. I see the comment by David by saying that it's not true in less hierarchical societies. I'm sorry to be a little bit rude. Don't make me laugh. There is no non-hierarchical society. Okay, maybe on the surface, certain society might appear more chill, more relaxed, more cool. I admit, but hierarchy is there, maybe expressed in a more subtle manner. And I stop here.
Thank you. Ocean, go ahead. Next.
Thank you. God bless you, my friend, dear friend Quan. So superb. It's hard to say anything after he said, but one of the reason I said that there's similarity between two things. The economic warfare can easily lead to bloodshed. I mean, read a book by Confession of the Economic Hitman by Mr. John Perkins. He was a former CIA black operator, and he went to a lot of South American countries and killing off those prime minister, president, and military generals, and making those indigenous people starve to death. So we get all those iPhones and all those gadgets for the cheap price. So yes, economic warfare is the warfare. It involves a lot of bloodshed. Most people are totally indifferent about that nasty funk and just live our life comfortably. Second of all, the reason I agreed with the Quan is that yes, Sun Tzu and the Confucius, they may differ on the surface, but they're both leaders. They're preachers. They are people who tells the sheep what to do. They're the leaders, 1%, and 99% of the people are sheep, just taking the lessons. So by that sense, they are very similar. I mean, you can say Jesus, Moses, Confucius, Sun Tzu, Lao Tzu, they're all very similar because they are preachers. They tell what people what to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ocean. Yeah, I'm next. So I wanted to just say about to Quan what I agree with Gramsci. The upper class imposes a culture on the people, and it's always a question whether the people can. There's always a question in operation about whether the people can tolerate a particular culture. Not that they don't actually participate in the evolution of that culture. So And so that's always a kind of like the nature of hierarchy is always stands as a kind of a question mark in society, in the case, especially in the case when it's evident that it's not necessarily tolerable to all elements of that society. Whenever there's some disagreement, the question mark comes up. And it could be COVID, or it could be the amount of secrecy, or the amount of manipulation. And any number of things could cause an alienation between the actual system. According in Gramsci's terminology, I'm imagining, I haven't read a lot of Gramsci, but he would probably say system of oppression, and the people themselves. As far as what Peter was saying about the spying being a cause of war, I would say it's a factor. It can be a factor in war. And it's really, I'm not saying that people have the right to spy, or that there's a kind of like a God-given right to spy, and there should be an amendment. We don't have an amendment to enable spying in society. But on the other hand, people will do it, countries will do it. And it's really a question for the country that's being spied on, whether they just want to tit for tat, which is a good, if you know anything about game strategy, tit for tat is a very good game. But or they can actually resist spying. They can imprison the spies and try to reduce spying down to an absolute minimum. So very few secrets come out of the country to the concerned antagonistic nation, whether it's on the borders or whatever that nation happens to be. So this is something that was always controlled, so to speak, by the defending nation that's being spied on, and they have the right to, since they have the right to determine their own laws, they will sometimes imprison spies, create laws against spying, imprison the spies, and so forth. And the U.S. has these kinds of laws, and so does Russia, for example. I'm sure China has them. So this goes on. So this is, but it's not a cause of war. Having information is not a cause of war, but it's something that is, if you have the wrong information, then your being wrong could cause you to go into war when it wasn't really necessary. That's true. That could be a bad thing for you if your information is bad. But on the other hand, it's a matter, it's the right of the defending nation to control how well it is spied on. And it turns out that in the present day world, there is a kind of like this kind of common understanding that it's illegal to spy on me, right? So in other words, there's no generally observed right to spy. So I think that's the answer to that question, to that point, is that, well, it's not the spying that causes the war, but it's the bad information, or maybe it's even information you wish you didn't have, you know, like what maybe people wish we didn't know, that North Korea is extremely good at building rockets and atomic bombs. You know, it's just like, wow, you know, why do I have to know that, you know, kind of thing. And and what are the consequences of that? So it's not the cause of war, it's a factor.
Yeah, one of the interesting things that I think about this, when I think about this topic, is the power that is, you know, allocated to these spy agencies. That's like, you know, it's not a question of like whether getting the information is good or bad and we're making decisions off that. But essentially these agencies are starting to, they can become a pseudo government in and of themselves. So sorry about that. So anyway, that's something that we could basically explore. I mean, you know, that they, you know, once you start to employ spies, maybe lose insight as to actually what's going on as well, which leads you to possibly go to war when you wouldn't otherwise have to. And there are examples of that with, say, with Iran. But anyway, John.
Yep, I just wanted to comment on the issue of war in terms of the economy and the marketplace, and also hierarchies, and even that comment you made, Joseph, just then about whether spies become a government in and of themselves in some form. And I think that I want to make the distinction between the literal translation of the book, which is obviously historical, and Jason Kwan and Amon all went to that. And I guess the question is, if you want to use it as a tool, how might you expand on those meanings or synthesize off of them? I think the debate about warfare and the economy can be pretty easily resolved if you consider the art of war as a treatise about conflict as opposed to war. So in the context that the book is written in at the moment, that is, it's written in the context of warfare. So the conflict that it's referring to there is the conflict between states. And yet, if you were to apply that, as Ocean was saying, but others were saying, if you apply that those principles of conflict to enterprise, well, yes, there, I believe the principles stand. I just think that the lexicon, the terminology is different. So where we're running into some troubles here is where people still say it's warfare. Well, it's not warfare, then it's enterprise. So the context of talking about it in enterprise is then to now take all the terms that are in the book and translate them into enterprise terms as opposed to terms of warfare. And that change of nomenclature would also attend to the disconcertion of elevating a discussion of economics to the idea of warfare. It's conflict. Same if you were to take the principles and apply them to sport, you wouldn't say sport's warfare. And yet you could ask any football player, certainly in Australian rules football, and I know it's true of NFL as well, that it feels it's pretty much like battle when you're standing on the field. You know, there's a sense of battle to what's going on. And yet people aren't killing each other, obviously. So it's not at that point warfare, but it's still conflict in the context of sport. And I think that Kwan made a good point about hierarchies, and that seems to be an essential truth of life, that we exist within them. And yet the only distinction I'd make there would be to come back to what I think he also said earlier in the talk, which was really a profound point when we're talking about spies, and that is that this is a treatise about the general and about the general's ability to measure the conditions for victory and to prepare for them. I'm sorry if I'm paraphrasing you poorly there, Kwan, but I think that was what you were getting at, and that was my reading in terms of that chapter 2, as the whole book is a measure of that. And I believe that's right, because it's about the general, the person who's leading that effort, how he may make decisions about the act of warfare. But if we come back to a different context like sport or business, well, then the general's not going to be a general, he's going to be a CEO, or he's going to be the coach. And so, again, the change in language comes with that, which then, if you like, takes us off the hook of trying to frame everything in the context of war itself, as opposed to just conflict in more general terms. But I think it's important then, because it's been also raised about the issue of people talked about divorce or personal, how you might view that in a personal sense. And one talked about using spies to get a job. And I think that when you come back to using the art of war or the principles of conflict contained within it from a personal perspective, then you're the general of your own life. And in that sense, those principles are applied there. And I guess the hierarchy then, Kwan, would be the hierarchy of values that you might hold within yourself. Because obviously you're a single, unless you have schizophrenia, some other mental issue where you see yourself as more than one person, I'm getting into quite a metaphysical discussion, a psychological discussion there, but I don't want to deviate. But given that we see ourselves as a person, if you like, then we still have a hierarchy of considerations, and that hierarchy of considerations would then be applied to the points of principle. So I think and that also goes, I think it was it Paul who was saying that, framing everything in the context of warfare is really sort of not only immoral, but perhaps defeatist and a range of other things. I just think that that's the wrong way to look at it. It's a book about conflict if you see it in broader terms, and then if you translate the use of that, the use of the treatise into the different contexts, then it becomes a lot easier to reconcile the nature of the principles themselves. I mean, just to finish that point, obviously, if you're using spies in the context of sport, you're trying to learn about the other team's game plan. When you put a spy to death because they've revealed your game plan, what does that mean? That means that there's someone on the inside of your team, maybe on the coaching staff or at the administration, who shared some information about your team's game plan with the opposing team with a view to maybe getting a job there. So putting them to death means firing them. It doesn't, from the job. It doesn't mean killing them. Right? So that would be an example of that. So perhaps I've talked too long, but that's my point there.
I would say in sports these days it's actually much easier, John, to be honest, because you have the recording technology, right? A boxer, a tennis player, whatever football team, right? They can just look at the recordings of the previous matches and they will actually learn from their mistakes. So it's, in this way, it's actually quite easy for them nowadays.
Can I respond to that, Peter? Sorry, who was chatting then?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Was it you, Peter, that was speaking there? I just couldn't see on my screen. But look, I can give you a personal story about that, because in fact, I don't know if anyone here is familiar with Australian rules football, but Australian rules football is a game played on an athletic size field. It's about 2.5 times the size of an NFL field. You've got 18 players on each side running around. They've got 360 degrees of movement. So there's no positions, there's no lines, there's no timeouts. It's like basketball, if you like, but on a much bigger field. And with 18 players and all the rest of it, it's true that they all have trackers, right? They've got electronic trackers, so you can actually see their move. There's a data company that's been employed for 20 years. You can see the pathway of everyone moving on the field, and yet teams don't seem to necessarily see the patterns of play that the other teams are participating with, because so much of it is very subtle. And I actually had a personal experience of going to one of the professional teams. And when I say professional, Australian rules football is the third most attended sport in the world, not by capita, but by physical numbers, right? So that's after the NFL and the Premier League. I think it's Premier League for the NFL, then Australian rules football. We've only got a small population. That tells you something about the popularity of the game here and the amount of money is tied up in it. And I actually approached a particular team because of the system I built, and I'd recognized certain patterns my team seemed to not be discerning. And the issue was they paid me money and then didn't want my report in the end, right? They actually had the football development coach, which was one of the coaching staff, listen to me. I went through the patterns. I showed it to him by actually going through footage. It's just that they had their own idea of what game plan was going to succeed. And they were invested in that. When coaches don't succeed with their game plan, they generally don't get a chance at another one. They get replaced with the coach who comes along and says, I've got a better game plan who can actually, win the premiership or win the cup. And so it's one thing to have the information, but as Sun Tzu says, it's very subtle. And the issue is often that people don't want to hear the information they might receive. They don't want to admit that they might have the wrong plan as a general themselves. And it's also the case that there's misinformation on the field. So it's certainly in AFL, perhaps because of the more free-form movement of the game. Often there's decoys run and there's players moving into positions that aren't viable, but they're designed to distract the opponent. So with so much movement going on, it's actually quite difficult. And look, just to finish on that, I come back to the Chicago Bulls, and everyone knew they were running a triangle play, and yet for as long as Jordan was there, they were, undefeatable, like essentially. So people could see the patterns, but what was the difference? And I go to the extent of the book, not just the spying, but even with the spying, it's like people see different things when they're looking at the same footage. And it's not always the case. They're always getting the full intel from what they're seeing, even in sports. So I agree, Peter. It's a lot easier to see those things than it was in the past.
Yeah, and just one more thing if I could say is when it comes to I'm sure you know what I mean by this, John, but like what's it called? Not intermission, what do you call it when they take a little break in between, right? In sports, and you see the coaches talking to one or two, like, so there's sports in singles or doubles, and then you have team sports, right? That's usually how it goes. Singles, doubles, team. I have never seen a triple before. So anyways, but what I'm saying, it's all there's a pattern. You can tell when the coaches are speaking with the players, right? And that really, I would say, has a clear distinction and a clear, like, direct correlation with what Sun Tzu has said when it comes to the general, right, or the leader, and how he or she communicates with the troops. And you know, I'm not a sports psychologist person, but I've actually heard this. I've watched enough different sports on YouTube to hear the commentators of different sports talking about this. If you don't coach enough, the player might not know whether or not he or she's doing correctly, right? But if you there's actually such thing as coaching too much. And essentially what that means is if you're telling them, like, hey, look, you got to do this, you're kind of lagging behind, you can actually drain the confidence of your players or your team. And that could actually result in a defeat. So that's a quite interesting thing.
I agree with that. All those things are true. But what I think all the principles in the art of war, in terms of the conflict principles, apply to sport. That's true, and you can really go through them in quite a lot of detail. And and perhaps what I'd say to that is the issue of the game plan can't be underestimated. You know, and if the game plan is, if you like, the sum of the totality of what's in the art of war, in terms of the plan for that team to win the game or win the premiership, that can't be underestimated. But because the players have to go out on the field and execute it, they get a sense pretty quickly whether the plans that they've got are sufficient enough for them to overcome their weaknesses. You know, they might not, because every team's got differences, and so they might not have the best personnel. But we've all seen the stories in sports, team sports I'm referring to at the moment, where a team might come out of obscurity where they haven't really performed that well, but because they come up with a new plan or a new way of executing the game, they rise very quickly into a position where they're a contender, and then they win. And you know, that game plan issue is very important, because of course, if a team goes out and spends energy and then starts to realize pretty quickly that that energy is not getting the result they've all hoped for or planned on, then you know their morale is drained. The factors in the art of war start to play against them in the sports context. And the thing I found in my interactions with the professional team here in Australia was that the vested interests, if you like, what Sun Tzu describes as the noble families funding the war, which in this case is the club and the administration, and then you got the coaching staff, which is the general and his staff. You know, they've all got prior relationships. They've all got prior representations. They've all got prior positions. So quite often, it's hard for them to change their position in that context and to arrive at a new game plan. You'd think they'd be dynamic and go, hey, whatever I could learn to get an advantage, I want to move on. I think the most brilliant coaches are like that, but all too often coaches come in with preconceived notions and perhaps aren't as dynamic as what Sun Tzu suggests they should be in the way that they respond to an opponent or respond to what's happening in the external environment. And so, yeah, I think the game plan can't be underestimated. The coach can treat his team like children and nurture them in the way that Sun Tzu describes. And yet, if he's planning for victory, like Quan Li properly referred to, actually weighing the whole proposition of victory and what it's all about, if that fails because he simply can't ensure that he'll be victorious most of the time, then it won't matter how he treats his team; they still won't be with him properly.
You're muted.
We can go to Paul, followed by James.
Yeah. First of all, the points being made about how you could change the word war to conflict, and you could apply that set of principles using the word conflict to interactions between companies. Who could disagree with that? It's sort of obvious. It's true. I agree with it. But to sort of come off of a discussion of a book like this with, wow, we have a manual for how to do business. I just think it's just wrong-headed. I think that as Joe and others who participated in, for instance, the Bucky meetups and other forms of thinking about systems, know that this book is based on a fundamental distrust of the other party at the deepest possible levels and a desire to annihilate them and take everything they have, if possible. Let's not forget that. And maybe I'm overstating it, Kwan can disagree with me, but we could have a system of economic thought that's more Buckminster Fuller like eternally generative universe, everything's interconnected, and you compete with a different kind of relationship underneath it. And I just don't want to lose sight of the difference between that and what this book talks about, still acknowledging that everyday life, when you're Apple trying to compete with Google, is a lot like what this book says. So thank you.
It's an interesting point you're making, Paul, and I'm in agreement with you. That this is, I've used this in the business context as well, but it's not an ideal. And you're right. I appreciate the Buckminster Fuller example of how you kind of move towards, everybody's kind of moving towards a value system versus actually not necessarily moving to unseat the other individual. So every purpose, and I think that's it's an ideal to strive for. And I think incentives within a country actually could have a lot to do with that. The way they're incentivized. It's I appreciate you bringing that up, because I got to be honest, one of the things, there's a lot of things that I've taken from this. The idea of not only knowing your enemy, but knowing yourself, which is actually it's a very deep thing. And whether you're a company, it's a deep thing with your interpersonal relationships. But you do need to know the market you're going into, because you have to be providing a service, right? And they don't necessarily have to be a competitor. It could be both of you working towards some common goal. I don't know. It is a utopia kind of world, but I appreciate you bringing it up. And I'd be interested to know if two of Buckminster Fuller's critics would have anything to say about it, because they're both have their hands up. Go ahead, James.
Okay. As far as Buckminster Fuller, I'll just stay silent.
Thank you.
Yeah, I said something last week, I think. I think that this idea of like businesses can't annihilate other businesses. Well, it depends on whether they broke a trade law. So you have businesses that eliminate other businesses. There was a legal case between Microsoft and Mozilla, I believe, and I don't know if Mozilla lost, but where are they? Sorry,
the Netscape,
I guess it was. Yeah.
Okay.
So they're not that well today compared to Microsoft. That's my point. Is that even if they were, maybe the court case helped them to survive, and maybe Microsoft did them wrong. I forget how the case was resolved myself. I was just kind of, if I remember right, it was kind of like a draw. It depends on whether there's a law that's broken, and I think it's natural to try to annihilate someone who's an enemy. On the other hand, it's illegal, so that's why we don't kill people. And if a business has competition, but they think that competition is unfair, or there's a way that they could overcome the weakness in the competition in order to gain more value for their shareholders, they'll do that. They'll take some measures against the competition in certain regions, right? They basically, corporations tend to manage themselves according to districts and regions. And if they find that there's competition in certain regions, they won't necessarily take unfair measures, but they will devote more capital to building the business in those districts and regions. So put more salesmen to work, for example, things like that. And they do this all the time. They have software. There's software to manage that, to you know, how the salesmen are deployed and what their value returned is, and so on and so forth. And you're allowed to compare the wealth of competing businesses with your own, and evaluate your place in the market according to that. And if you annihilated a company, like Microsoft almost annihilated Netscape, yeah, you might have to pay the piper, but it's not just because someone says you're unfair, or because you do annihilate them. It's because there have been companies annihilated. The Wang company, forget Wang. Does anybody remember Wang computers? They were really big. So this does happen in American business, and it's not something that's considered illegal. IBM did that. IBM eliminated Wang, who was basically a copying IBM to a certain extent, a copying competitor. They had compatible hardware, so they built compatible hardware. So yeah, it is a fact of life that businesses will oppose each other, and yes, the rules of some of the rules of war will apply, but of course you're not going to be able to put your soldiers on the fields with weapons. The soldiers will be the salesmen and the distributors, and the distributors who work for you, and so on and so forth. They will all be these agents will be your weapons, and subsidiary companies and so forth. So you won't be allowed to take tanks and so forth out on the street. Although that has been done in the history of the United States, people with clubs deployed by companies. Ford Motors, one of them. Thank you.
Yeah, one thing I was actually just thinking about. There is a certain natural aspect of it. You have a company come in and do something better, you know, and unseat whomever is actually currently in power. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. You know, that's part of that is almost natural, in the sense that if a company is only extracting and no longer innovating, and they're no longer providing services, yet they're holding a position, it's okay to see a company like that as an adversary to innovation. Perfect example would be, and I played the rivalry, but that's how Steve Jobs used to actually inspire people. That he said, do you want IBM running the world? And so that's one example of how, you know, you can think of it in the sense that it's a competition of ideas. Now, when it becomes like antitrust behavior, it's a little different. But anyway, just a thought. Go ahead, John, followed by David.
Yeah, you just headed me off at the pass for that, Joseph. I was about to comment to those things. As far as Bucky goes, I wasn't going to say much there either, except for the fact that I think in all these things we can distinguish. I said this to you privately, but I like to say it publicly. Just distinguish between the tools we can use and the knowledge we can gain. And so, whenever I read books of philosophy, I guess I look at it in those two contexts. You know, what's a useful tool, but what's knowledge I can learn from? And plenty in Bucky's repertoire, which is huge amounts of knowledge to learn from. But with any philosopher, I guess I look for tools. And coming back to what Paul was saying in terms of the context of the origins of this book being about you know, warfare and, you know, taking stuff, you know, basically conquest. Well, of course that's true, and yet if it's going to be any sort of tool, we have to derive patterns from it. And so in terms of looking at what those patterns are, I mean, right up front in the treatise, it makes the point about whoever's leading something has to analyze the environment, work out whether they can affect their outcome or not, and is it better, which is what you were saying, Joseph. Something is, you know, is in it. So that explains why innovation always prevails in commerce, because essentially it's a better solution. In terms of human ideals, though, or human ideas, I don't think this book is, by recognizing it as a treatise about conflict, a book of patterns or tools about conflict, doesn't mean that it's anchored in conflict, because a good half of the books talks about avoiding it, you know, and the highest form of warfare being plans and alliances. And so surely if you don't want to have traditional warfare, or even the current warfare of the competition of enterprise, which can have adverse effects, very good for distributing resources. I don't think anyone would argue that the market's the most efficient way to distribute resources. I don't think anyone sitting in an office trying to work out prices for things and planning it out's had any outcome that's worthwhile in any context. So the market's the best way to distribute resources up until two things happen. One thing is the market doesn't work, or it fails in some form, right? It's not performing. Or it's not a market at all, it becomes captured. And the other time that's not true is when relative scarcity is not apparent. Markets work on the context of relative scarcity. And so if something is abundant, like to the point that it's not scarce, then it's not really a market. I mean, Standard Oil made their breakthroughs in enterprise by virtue of making what was essentially an abundant resource. Oil was everywhere and no one was making any money from it. They made it scarce, right, by essentially collecting up the repositories, restricting the way it could be transported and refined. So by monopolizing the four aspects of the oil supply chain, they were able to turn something that wasn't scarce into something that was, and that's what gave them their wealth. So I think it's important to understand that when I'm talking about using this book of conflict tools in different contexts, I'm talking about the context that they currently exist in. Sport is a competition between two teams or two people. So the context of using this book in that domain is that that's the reality of the situation. You know, now could we have a better world if the two football teams agreed to get together and have a barbecue instead of fighting out a game on the football field? Oh yeah, it might be better for them and better, you know, they're not going to get injured, but it's not going to be that entertaining to watch. You know, I think I'd rather watch a sports game than a barbecue. Yeah. So in the context of what we're doing in that domain, what's the purpose of the domain? I mean, sports, the purpose of sport, there's a lot of virtues to sports people playing in it. You know, they might earn money and the rest, but it's ultimately entertainment. As it's currently structured, professional sports is entertainment for us. We watch it for, you know, leisure purposes. Now, I think in terms of, just to finish, in terms of human achievement, or if you like, human cooperation, I don't think it's right to say, Paul, that because this book speaks of conflict, that therefore, when, you know, what about going beyond conflict? What about going to some universal principle? I think conflict exists in every aspect, everything, right? The conflict between atoms in a table, whether it stays a table or entropy affects it and it degrades over time. I mean, we are subject to the laws of thermodynamics. And one of the primary laws of thermodynamics is entropy, you know, decay, things decay. So we're in a state of decay. Everything is in a state of conflict with everything else. Now, I'm not suggesting that conflict is a battle type conflict. I'm just saying it's a conflict between entities. And so the context to which these tools are useful. I mean, if you want a greater human purpose, which is some universal system that better accords with humanity and leaves us all less predated on, I would say that one of the first things you need to do is look at all the points of conflict that stops that from happening in order to achieve it. So for me, it seems a conduit, it's not a threshold, you know, that somehow you can use this book up to the point you don't want conflict. I think this book describes how to avoid it, and it gives actually quite in-depth tools for doing that. And the complexity I found in it, and I mentioned this before, is once you start treating these things like variables and functions, then you very quickly get to the point of infinity in terms of all the possibilities and combinations that come from these things. And so when you try to then bound it into tools that are more useful, practical, because you can use them to calculate, like Sun Tzu says you should up front, then it becomes apparent to me that there's quite a lot of patterns which are useful in all contexts. And, you know, scientists in a lab competing with molecular structures could use some of these patterns to arrive at different strategies for how they might achieve that, for example. That's
Thank you, John. David.
Yeah, I'm not sure how there's even a focus here as we go into economic issues. I mean, it was enough to bring the political into the critical decision of having a war. It was involved a political decision. Throwing the economics in, we're talking about something that I don't think should be held as analogous. I mean, it can be held as analogous, it can't be held as equivalent in any way. It's not equivalent. I mean, analogous, it's not. War means you are literally willing, able, ready, and acting to kill other people. If it's not that, you're not in war. So that's not the intent of economic competition. You can tell me how it's inevitable that a large country dominating will produce these effects. It's not actually the fundamental intent or definition of success. And second, in war, you're staking your own side at that level to die immediately. The moment you march, you're ready to be attacked and killed. So, you know, the economic analogies really feel uncomfortable here. Yeah, everything else we can say, when should you, how big a commitment, what's at stake, what do you know and not know about? Yes, move when you're certain, move against weaknesses. Yeah, these rules are deeply applicable, as we said, to every kind of human conflict, maybe. So it's great that this one focuses on a really clear thing, which is war.
But do you think
this discussion leaves that, when the discussion leaves that, in economics, you can fight each other and both benefit in the end.
Let's see.
Anyway, so sorry, Joe, what are you saying?
No, I'm just saying, isn't economics a form of warfare? I mean, you know, between states.
You're really not trying to harm people. In fact, you're trying to potentially benefit people and employ people in a productive way, or is a destructive ruining of the world in order to do something you have to do. Economics, like, that's a weird definition for economics, okay? You can take that stance when you're vying for a scarce resource, that there's some sort of inevitability of someone losing out. But economics doesn't necessarily mean that. Yeah, it's a typical old-timey economic way to look at things. The supply and demand curve sort of depends on the finiteness of everything and resources, and it'll always be that way. But that curve only works at a certain moment in time, and then it changes as things change. So, yeah, war is, I don't know if it's zero sum or not, but it's just a radical kind of conflict that engages you at a radical level that we can discuss. What is economic radical fighting? And you know, it's probably different within a community, like an Amish community, than within an international community, or within a real estate empire in New York, it's probably different rules. There are different kind of bottom lines and goals for each thing. And you know, it's not even clear that the real estate people care about the real estate or the quality. It's about the numbers in a bank account somewhere. So war might not be a quite the same thing. I'm just saying it's, if you want to talk about one phenomenon in physics, it's not always helpful to go to some other really well understood phenomena and try to make it work. It may not be the right thing. You know, examine the realm. And I'm sorry, I'm just getting a little frustrated. Yeah, I'm going to go soon, but thanks.
No, I appreciate the comments. As always, they're insightful. I mean, but yeah, I mean, I see it. Yeah, it is a general book about conflict, right? And so it can be applied, I think, both in the economic sense and the political sense of how tactically, you know, it can the psychology or the value of information and you know, just having knowledge of your enemy and yourself. I think there's a lot that generally applies, even when to attack, so to speak. But go ahead, Quan.
Okay, I would like to take 3 minutes before leaving, and I would like to
Thank you for everything you've done here, Quan.
Oh, but thank you for giving me the opportunity to discuss. Maybe it's the 5th time that I read the Sun Tzu, so it would be a good souvenir this 5th time. So I want to go back to the fact that in the first paragraph of the Sun Tzu, it's stated that it's a state affair. It's a question of death and life. It's a question of prosperity or ruin. Okay, so from the start, it's written that it's a question, it's a political question, and it's an economic question, and it's a social question. So the 3 are integrated together. And the last sentence in Chinese, 不可不察也, meaning that it's a subject that you cannot avoid to investigate, meaning that you have to be serious and you have to make deep research in it, because precisely it's a question of death and life, and it's a question of prosperity or ruin, personal or collective. So I agree with everything that has been said. It's a book on conflict, and I agree on the fact that kinetic warfare is something that can bring your death. Okay, so in the different degrees or hierarchy of conflict, you have different degrees of violence, and kinetic warfare is absolutely the highest degree of violence, because you might die in the kinetic warfare, that's for sure. I think that no one would disagree on that common sense stuff. And I finished with mentioning what I think are the 5 main ideas of this book. Okay, first is, well, I remind that it's a book on the different degrees of violence in different kind of human conflicts. And the first main idea for me, that is, you have to avoid war at all costs. Okay, at all costs, you have to think seriously, you have to boost your imagination, you have to perfect your diplomatic skills, and etc., to avoid war. That's the number 1 ideas, if I may say so. But the number 2 is that if it's not possible not to go to kinetic warfare, well, there is a hierarchy of violence. Okay, so try first to manipulate psychologically your enemies, or to buy him, to subdue him economically before going to kinetic warfare. That is the hierarchy of violence, and try to start with the lowest violence possible. I would say that is the second big idea of that book. The third idea is that it's a state affair, as is stated in the first paragraph, but it's also a personal affair, in the sense that it's political, it's economic, but it's also personal. The fourth idea is the question of responsibility. Okay, each one in the state or in the world has a personal responsibility to evolve. in that book, since it was a book written by an aristocrat for aristocrats, it's very focused on the leaders, on the rulers. But nowadays, 25 centuries later, I think that we can all consider each of us as gentlemen and invited to improve ourselves. And the last big idea, once again, and is related to the first one, is what Plato called the dialectics between episteme and doxa, or what the Confucians or the Chinese call the dialectic relations between the upper trigram and the lower trigram. Okay, it's linked with the first idea, because try to live in beauty, goodness, and truth. Okay, so it's precisely what has been discussed in the last hour, that can we have ideas that are superior, that are not zero-sum game, okay, but be idealistic, try to live in the upper trigram, but at the same time, don't be naive. You have to be capable to function in daily life, so you have to be capable to navigate the lower trigram, but the goal is to go to beauty, goodness, and truth. And I stop here. Thanks.
Thank you, Quan. Yeah, I mean, I think you summed it up well. And then I think, and I appreciate you bringing up the trigram as far as how to function and think about the book, because that's one of the most important parts. I also think you articulated it more as a philosophy of life, which is actually on a couple different occasions. And I think that that's actually a perspective that I had not had, is looking at this. So, I mean, those are just my comments, but I thank you so much for everything.
Thanks, and see you on the Confucius reading. Ciao, everyone. Bye.
You know, it would be a month. Will I see you before then, maybe?
Maybe about Khalil Gibran is interesting for me too. So I might decide to go to the Khalil Gibran.
Oh,
reading
feel
session.
free. Yeah, it'd be great if you could join us with that, or if any of Jason's in the next month too.
Okay, cool. Ciao, everyone. Good night.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I think what Quan said there was great, and his reference to the first passages of the book, warfare being the greatest affair of the state, the basis of life and death, the way to survival extinction must be thoroughly pondered and analysed. Therefore, structured according to the following 5 factors: evaluate it comparatively through estimations and seek out its true nature. His reference to it being political, economic, and societal is, I think, quite right in terms of the original text. But in terms of what you were saying, David, about analogies, I just want to perhaps clarify that. For me, it's not an analogy. It's to take the tools or the patterns and apply them to a different domain. So then at that point, I'm not thinking about warfare. I'm just thinking about the patterns and the tools in the context of the new domain. If I'm in a sports context, I'm thinking about the sports game and trying to do precisely that. You know, then it's not warfare is the greatest affair of the state. It's football's the greatest affair of the team. Right? So the first sentence is not an analogy. It's a direct. What's the word I'm looking for?
Metaphor.
No, it's when an instrument plays in a different key, transpose. It's a transposing. That's what I'm looking for. So you're actually transposing the patterns from one domain into another. So then when you say, football's the greatest affair of the team, the basis, instead of the basis of life and death, it's the basis of winning the premiership or losing. Right? That's for a sports team. Now, I'm not talking in a social context here. Obviously, if you're in a social context, you probably don't care about doing these things because you're having fun in a social context. So then the greatest affair of the team, it's not winning is the greatest affair of the team or football. It's the social activities the greatest affair of the team. And so then by transposing it into that context straight away, you're in a different place. And then from there, you know, it sets it, you know. But if you say football or the premiership is football's the greatest affair of the team in a professional sporting context, the basis of a premiership, or what do you guys call it when you win the NFL over there? Is that the code? Is it a premiership? It's a Super Bowl, but what's it called when you win? Are you a premier? Are you a victor? What's the victory term?
You're a champion.
Champion. Okay, so instead of the basis of life and death, it's the basis of a championship, or not a championship. It's the basis of winning or losing the games, right? Therefore, it must be thoroughly pondered and analysed. Got a structure according to the 5 factors and comparatively through estimations, seek out its true nature. So I guess so if you do use it in a transposed way, then you're compelled to follow on to the point where you must thoroughly ponder it and analyze it comparatively. And
I think
so
that's the definition. That's like the definition of analogy, right?
if you want to use it in a it's not an analogy if it's a series of tools. If you're writing about it in a prosaic sense, if you're trying to look at it in terms of another book, you know, sure, you can call it an analogy, but I think it's different. So I use the word transpose because when you transpose something in music, you're taking something that works in one key and you're moving it into the key that that instrument plays in order for it to be in tune with the other instruments. So not all instruments play in the same key. Saxophones are a classic example.
I'm not sure you're getting at here.
Well,
the point of the article and your theory and what is it we're concluding? Sports is like war. Is that the answer? Okay, we agree.
No, I'm what you in your, I was sure it was you in the chat said something about, can we talk about it in a systematic way, or can we talk about it in terms of the system outcomes? I think you said that in the chat, didn't you? So I guess that's what I'm right. So I guess that's what I'm trying to do is to talk about it in a systematic sense. And what I'm saying is that if you use it in a systematic sense, much in the same way as music is given to different instruments in an orchestra, they're not all playing the same notes, they're not all playing the same thing, but they're using it they're all contributing for passage of music. And because different instruments have different starting points in terms of where their tuning is, they will have the same sort of music transposed that is altered to fit the starting conditions of where that instrument begins, right? Because they don't all start tuned to the piano, for example. They'll start.
You're being so abstract. I don't know what you're talking about. You're talking about a music analogy to the analogy of the art of war being applied to sports.
Well, like I said, it's only an analogy if you're talking about it in a general sense. The moment you say, hey, there's actually 110 tools in this book, there's 880 variables, right? Well, that's not an analogy, that's an algorithm. All right, I'm sorry.
That's a what? It's a what? It's a what?
It's an algorithm. An algorithm. It's not an analogy.
So is this an algorithm for war? Is Sun Tzu an algorithm for war? That's one of the fundamental.
I'm saying Sun Tzu has written a book about war, which from it can be derived an algorithm for conflict.
You believe that? Well,
I've done it.
Okay, great.
I don't believe it. I've spent 3 years doing it.
Okay, I didn't. I thought we said you can look at it that way. It's not clear that, you know, can do that, but
I mean,
you. There you go.
How do you see it, David?
Well,
how do you see it then?
At the beginning, we were saying this sort of is time bound, but has timeless principles. You know, and you know, would it apply to drone wars? Would it apply to war as we can now destroy the world? You know, does this apply? And so it's like, well, it's a formula for something, but we weren't claiming it was the universal description of all things war. But you know, John has a thesis. Anyways, that would be an interesting presentation, but it sounds extremely complex to prove and establish. That we're summing up here. Is that it?
Yeah, but go ahead, John. Yeah.
No, I was going to say it's. I guess it's a question of, for me, the use of the tool. I've enjoyed using it to advance things that I think are just, or to be able to interact in ways where otherwise my power is asymmetric and not particularly consequential as an individual. And yet I've had reasonable success in utilizing the things that I've discovered within the algorithm in different contexts, in terms of legal contexts, in terms of corporate contexts, where I've been able to, in an asymmetric way, move much larger opponents by their own volition. And when I say opponents, it doesn't mean that we were in conflict, but rather we might have been had I not have taken precautions to avoid it. And
Well, the principle of leverage is all throughout the book too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And you're right. It's not, you're right, Joseph. Leverage is a good catch-all. But then for me, it's questions of the circuitry of leverage.
Right. Right. That's actually
leverage is such a broad thing. It's often seen like a fulcrum, you know, like some sort of, you guys call them teeter totters.
I mean, I was thinking about when you break up into smaller groups and actually in order to fight your enemy, and essentially you're trying to get in at an angle, not necessarily sending all your forces in with overwhelming force. It is an approach to try and leverage your resources, and as well as I don't know, I would say disorient the enemy, but you're going in at different angles at the very least.
Well, in terms of, and that triangulation strategy we spoke of before, Joe, is an illustration of that. You're right. But that's in terms of what I would call engagements, you know, because again, going away from the warfare discussion, but using perhaps more neutral lexicon nomenclature, I would say engagements. You know, when you're engaging, yes, there's a whole range of ways to look at that, and especially when Sun Tzu talks about force strength. You know, if they're 10 to 1, you know, and I think it was Juan that talked about the Japanese, how the Chinese view the Japanese in World War II for attacking an economy 10 times larger than them industrially, right? 10 to 1 disadvantage, the height of foolishness was what he said. And of course, Sun Tzu talks about those proportions directly in the book. You should be avoiding opponents that are 10 times as large as you, not engaging them. So then the question is, if you're avoiding them, for example, how might you otherwise achieve the outcomes that you would like to with that potential opponent? Because remembering that you don't want a battle, you don't want a warfare, you want a positive outcome for everyone. And David, you're right when you talk about economics being a net gain to everybody. I mean, comparative advantage, that is trade, shows that. You know, if you've got bananas and I've got potatoes, if we trade them, we both have bananas and potatoes. If we don't trade them, we only keep what we started with. We don't have the outcome. And yet the reality is that when resources are scarce, people compete, and that's conflict. So I'm not in any way suggesting that we haven't evolved. Just after that introduction in The Art of War, it talks about how to measure comparative advantage, which is a better way. So once you get to a point in human evolution where you say, we're better off trading than fighting, well, then you're essentially, you know, in the warfare lexicon, you're now using plans and alliances to compete. And I use the example of McDonald's taking more territory than the American military probably have since World War II in countries all over the world, just by virtue of franchising and sharing the benefit of comparative trade with everyone else. So
yeah, I think it's an interesting question how much this book will tell us about cooperative economics.
Well, for me, it told me a hell of a lot. That was my primary interest, actually, to put it on the table, because
cooperative, because these are destroying each other, hostile, and they have competing interests that are not harmonious, presumably, or else they wouldn't be in a state of needing to declare war at the edge of war. So, you know, economics doesn't even necessarily have any need for that kind of component.
The issue with economics is it's pretty like the notion it's the issue with economics is the notion it's even considered a science is I think a fallacy in the first place. I mean, it's a series of evolving theories, none of which seem to do a particularly good job at describing what's going on. And though at different points of time, they've been helpful tools for us to solve problems. And
Then the question is, can there be an art of war? It's an equally strange appellation to say war, art. Where's the beauty that we're seeking in war? So yeah, I mean, you know, it's science and economics, war and art. We are looking at, you know, challenging composites of knowledge. And that's all I want to say tonight. I'm going to say goodnight to you all. It's been extremely complex and interesting. Thank you. Thank you, Joe and John. Paul's gone, everybody else. See you. Thanks, Jason, who isn't even around. Bye.
Yeah, where is Jason? He left.
I don't know. Did you must be starting the meeting, Joe, because you're recording it. So I guess you've got the stream open.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. I don't know where Eleanor, she might have just checked out, but I don't want to hold. Oh, she's here. She's waving. Hello.
She's always working or hiking.
Right.
See, I could tell you right there.
Working.
Yeah, 99.9% of the time you're working.
Yes, I am working. I'm doing a test. I got a new client and they're testing me. So I'm doing a work test.
Blood test for work?
Yeah, the technical skill set test.
That's odd.
Yeah, it's and you know what? They could even remember me as I was applying 3 times past 3 years. They could even remember me. It's my second test with it. It's okay.
Oh, wow.
It's fun.
You have any hikes planned?
Well, now I'm not really, because I'm very eager to get everything back I lost. So during pandemic, there was not much job, so I kind of like try to gain right now. And I had fun in Rocky Mountains for 2 weeks in June. Maybe I will go by the end of July, Adirondacks, but I'm not sure. I don't like necessarily hiking without having views. So it looks to me like Adirondacks and Catskills are not high enough. There are trees on top, so I don't get nice pictures. You know?
What do you think of the art of war?
It's a little bit too much for my personal taste. I mean, I need to say I listen to you like to radio, and majority of the time I don't listen. So I'm just participating for social sake. So I'm not here sitting by myself. But war is definitely not a good thing, and I don't understand anything of how people make war or why people make war. And I think I also can do influence why it happens. Even if I wouldn't want to have a war, it still would happen, right? So it's not up to me. And therefore, I shouldn't even worry about it.
Interesting.
I can tell you a lot about art.
Okay.
I can tell you a lot about art, but not more.
Well, art is actually, well, it is. I do think war is an art, and people like, even though they're sadistic, have made it an art, in the sense that they're figuring out human behavior, they're figuring out multiple factors, terrain and everything, and there's a lot that it goes into it. People, whether it be, I don't Patton and Rommel or people like that they, they looked at it as a sport, and how essentially strategically they could actually beat each other, which is unfair because there's people's lives in the stake, but they did look at it as something that there's an art to it.
Yeah, I do appreciate the idea of sports, swapping war with sports, because I think there's something to it. At least I've never been to a soccer game in Germany. So I heard some soccer games can be violent, and there are obviously people who are focusing on winning and they get very upset. I'm not sure, John, are you from UK right now, or are you from, I can't really detect where is your dialect from. Is it UK or is it Australia?
Australia.
I was guessing it's UK. I don't know. Oh my
That's
God,
all right.
I'm so bad.
That's all right. I come from a part of Australia that didn't have any convicts, you see, so we talk with a bit more of a posh accent. It's strange. When I was in the US, they thought I was from the UK too a couple of times. It's funny.
Yeah, so in UK and in actually Germany, people are very obsessed with soccer. So regular people like me obviously don't go to those games because people can get violent and it's very dangerous. Yeah, so if somebody's saying, "Oh, let's go watch a game," I wouldn't necessarily consider it as a good idea, because for me, sports have kind of like a very violent aspect to them.
You should see our game. Our game's a lot more violent than soccer, football, European football, I should say. We use the derogatory term soccer over here, but it's European football. But or world football, really, it's the world game. But I don't know if you've ever seen AFL at all. The Australian football.
Yes, I've seen it.
Have you seen it, Eleanor? Australian football?
Is it different?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's different. I'll send you. I'll put a link on the chat just for a YouTube clip, and you'll have a bit of a laugh. I think it's people are very surprised by AFL. So it's but it's quite an aggressive game, but it's very dynamic, very dynamic, like basketball. But it's got a lot of physical confrontation in it.
They're allowed to touch each other?
Oh yeah, pretty hard. Yeah, yes. There's definitely, here we go. Beginner's guide. This is a beginner's guide. I'll send you this. I'll put it in the messages.
Yes.
It's and there's his. Oh, this is the official one too. It's quite a remarkable game because it's of the nature of the size of the teams. There's 18 players on the field from each side, so you've got 36 players on a field at a given time. So that's a lot of people on a sporting field, and it's because it never stops. We don't have timeouts, so we don't have any pauses of play. The way that the coaches get messages onto the ground is they hold up signs on the boundary line. Or players can interchange, that is, they can come off for a minute or two, or for however long the coach wants them off, and other players can take their place. So I think basketball's like that. You've got four or five players on the bench, and they can swap out at any time. Can basketball players go back on once they've been swapped out by another player, or once they come off, do they have to stay off? They can go back on as many times as they like, can't they? Because the field's so large, interchange is used as a way of giving players a rest, as well as a way of changing strategy, where you have different types of players that are on the bench.
Oh, absolutely. Different circumstances require different, and they're extremely probabilistic. And the interesting I find with sports is that it is a closed system with a defined set of rules, doesn't it? But it does have constraints that you can implement or you can impose. In other words, if you're in a land lock, if you're essentially in a certain position where you're unable to escape, the game becomes limited with the number of options for the enemy. Then things become much more clear in how you could calculate the probability of success. But in a sports arena, that's kind of already set for you, right? You're in a system, right, of rules, and there is a goal that's clear, both at the ownership level and the player level. And so since everybody has that similar goal, especially if you have a revenue sharing model, well then you can start to really determine what it is, what's the best combination of individuals that are going to give you an opportunity to win. And you can get really fancy and even use personality types. And some people have done that over at Wharton. Some statistical majors have done that. They've built teams with archetypes, essentially using Jungian functions.
Right. Well, that whole Moneyball film, I thought, was a pretty good insight.
I'd say sabermetrics is I think is one of the best. That a lot of people, a lot of mathematicians were interested in that for many years, and that's a fascinating. It's a fascinating, one of my favorite. I don't have time to listen to it now, but it's on Wednesday mornings. It's called Wharton Moneyball, and they really they go into really deep statistical concepts and all the factors that you can play around with and determining human behavior. It's quite fascinating, actually. But it's interesting in the sense where, again, the system is defined, and so not that you don't have a lot of variables, or actually unlimited number of variables, but you can start to whittle down as to what works and what doesn't. And so even thinking about teams, as somebody brought up Michael Jordan, and I was looking at actually one of Buckminster Fuller's concepts of tensegrity, where there's a balance between the tension and the compression between teammates. So the idea would be how each person has a role, and that yes, Michael Jordan won all those titles, but he didn't win them without a rebounder. And so there's those types of things where you have balances and roles and things along those lines, and that the parts are great. The wholes are greater than the parts. And so
it's funny you should say that, Joe. There was a big outcry in Australia about that documentary, The Last Dance.
Yes.
The documentary about the Chicago Bulls victory. Yeah, there was quite an outcry here of upset about that documentary, because Luke Longley was the first Australian really to feature in the NBA, and of course he was the center for the Chicago Bulls for most of those victory, for most of the cups that they won, again, championships, and but they didn't mention Luke Longley at all in The Last Dance. He didn't rate. And he personally spoke about being a bit disappointed because he was pretty key. But every Australian who watched it was like, "Where's Luke Longley?" And it led to we've got a TV show over here called Australian Story that plays every Monday night, and they feature Australians. It led to a 2-part Australian Story, a 1-hour documentary basically on Luke Longley, where all his teammates, including Michael Jordan, commented about him in this separate documentary, and also apologized for not including him in the film and realized that they'd made an error. And to have Jordan say that as well, and actually talk about, Luke Longley, he'd have him on any team that he ever formed. He'd want Luke in the center, and the whole thing was, so it was very American centric, that whole Last Dance documentary, naturally. And but they left the Aussie out, and it was an international. They had to do a subsequent documentary, which was pretty cool. But because Luke Longley's also a very quiet guy, very understated, so he was sort of like a gentle giant. So he didn't have that big personality that some of those other players had. But it's just a funny thing that maybe Americans aren't aware of, is that there was a sort of a small part 2 to that series here in Australia, which was quite interesting. But yeah, look, sports is that contained environment. I think what's NFL is a particular. NFL is particularly interesting just because of the game plans they run. Literally are in the hundreds, and it takes them a lifetime to learn them all. So you're at a real competitive disadvantage if you don't start very early,
Right.
which is problematic when it comes to the whole concussion issue, because one of the things that's being talked about now is the idea of not starting early, starting in later life, so you don't have as much exposure to potential for concussion. In other words, children shouldn't play football until they're teens, which in NFL terms would be pretty difficult because of the amount of, just the memory of plays you've got to accumulate over time. Like, they're in the hundreds. In Aussie, Australian football, it's the free-flowing nature of the game over such a large expanse. And so because it's very dynamic and it's very situational, the game plans are dynamic. That is, you don't get to stop and reset your game plan. You've got to do them on the fly. Well, much more like basketball, it's situational, but over a much bigger space. So you can have all sorts of little game plans operating in different areas of the field, looking to cut an advantage as the ball moves through the field. And it's probably the most dynamic environment for game plans. But in Australia, the game plans would be in the tens. Like a professional team here, I'm guessing, would run about 30 or 40 game plans in total, not the hundreds that they'd run in American football. And yet the game plans here, I think, in a lot of ways are a lot more interesting because of the situational nature of them. One of the things that made it hard for the teams. So when I went to that professional team, what had actually happened was it's, as I said, the game's played on an athletic field. The size it's a cricket field. The size of an athletic field might be an analogy. It's actually a little larger, but a very large field, oval field. And for a number of years, probably 6 or 7 years, we had a coach come along who decided the best way to win the game was defensively. That is, if you put all of your 18 players in the back half of the field and basically fill it up with players so that your opposing team can't get through, then you can stop them scoring goals. And in our game, scoring goals is a big feature of the game because of the skills that come from kicking goals. You get to see a lot of great, amazing skills. Players kicking really long kicks, longer kicks than punting an American football, and often really skillful ones where they get the ball to bend in the air and curve around the corner, sort of like soccer.
Yeah, that is pretty awesome.
You've seen that. You've probably seen it, Joe. Seen clips of that.
I have seen that.
They get it to roll along the ground as well, to cut along the ground, and so it's quite a spectacular game. So we had a situation for 6 or 7 years where instead of teams who win scoring 15 to 20 goals in a game, they were scoring 6 or 7 goals, and it just neutralized the game. Just lots of just sort of slogging defense to defense, and it was dull to watch. It was annoying, but there was a team that won a premiership scoring only eight goals, and it was like, this is a dreadful game, but it's a winning strategy. And then along came this team who just rethought about the whole game plan problem differently. They decided they could break through this whole total defense concept by just focusing at the point of where the ball was. So they set up what was effectively like little squares around the ball, and they were able to penetrate through these big masses of defensive players by just focusing their attack in really potent ways. So, and that also meant that they were spending a lot less energy, because when you've got an oval that's the size of an athletic field and you're running up and down it, the top players run 15 to 17 kilometers sprinting and jogging, so interval running. They run 15 to 17 kilometers a game every week.
Wow. So
that's a lot of running, while you're also then competing for ball kicking, handballing, tackling, and all the rest of it. So if you can optimize the energy that your team uses, this team, right, it's huge. And this team worked out that if they were much more like an arrowhead, and they could really focus attack in just certain places and just penetrate very quickly, they could get through that defensive game. And they started breaking games open, kicking 20, 25 goals. And these defensive teams just had no counter-attack for it. Because the more players they put there, the more that they're able to penetrate quickly in different they just found gaps in other places. And I was, the team I was following, they were running a game plan that was sort of a bit of a hybrid between the defensive game and trying to do some form of attack, but it wasn't particularly targeted. It was they were going out to the sides of the field, then trying to come back in sort of like a diamond. They were playing like a diamond attack, using the breadth of the field at its maximum width. The problem with that was they still had their team running from one side of in the center of the field, either going to one wing of the field or the other. You know, so if you imagine an oval, they were going sideways in the middle, trying to get to and then come back in. So they're sort of attacking like that or attacking like that, but not down the center, which is the most direct route, using too much energy. And so, but what I did was I realized that this team Geelong was using these plays, and part of what you could see, because it's very dynamic, if you slowed the footage down and looked at where players would look at each other, because they were sort of signaling with their glances, and they were, you know, you could, because they didn't have a lot of time, they can't wave or, you know, they can't call plays. It's very much an intuitive thing where players will look to a position, or they'll signal with their head. They'll do this sort of thing, Joe, or they'll just you know, give a glance or, you know, nudge like that, or someone, you know, go that way. Or, and you can see if you slowed it down, oh, look, there's three guys telling someone to go over there, and then you could sort of, you know, it was really subtle, but yeah. And it was funny because when I went to the LA Crows, the football club that I followed at the time, they paid me for it. I showed them. I said, look, you can see what's happening here and how it's lining up and all the rest of it. And initially the guy was like, yeah, gee, that's, yeah, okay, put that in writing, send it in. And then they called me and said, oh, don't send it in. Paid me, said, don't send the report in. And of course, at that point, knowing what I know about board maneuvers and the rest, I'm like, that's information they don't want on the record.
Right.
And why is that? Because they'd already sold the administration, the team, that their game plan was superior, and they got third 1 year, like in that era. They came in third and fourth consecutively in 2 years, so they thought they were contenders with their game plan. Just not quite good enough to beat this new team that was just breaking through that old way of playing, and they couldn't adapt and weren't open to adapting. And of course, the coach and that coaching staff pretty much got moved on after those couple of years, and they faded again. Having got to third and fourth in the consecutive years, they were back to the middle. And I was like, you guys are spending too much energy. You still, though you're not defending as much as you were, you're still spending too much energy compared to this other team. And they're superior wherever they are, because they've set it up in such a way that they're the stronger force at the point of engagement. They're not the stronger. They don't have to be stronger all over the ground. They don't have to be stronger in the defensive third of the field. They just have to be stronger where the ball is.
Right.
Right. And that's what they did. They had this beautiful, elegant, very dynamic little play where what they did was they actually, in AFL, you've probably seen, we have a lot of bounces where they're like, you know, tip-offs in basketball where they throw the ball up for the players to tap. When you start a basketball game, we have those to start the game, but we also have them around the field when play gets neutralized because the ball can't move. Let's say, because you've got to keep moving the ball, but if the ball gets neutralized because players dive on top of it, the umpire blows a whistle and he'll ball it up to restart play, because once people collapse on the ball can't move anymore. The play's not happening. So to break that impasse, we have the tip off around the field. It happens wherever the ball gets neutralized. Now, the idea is the ball doesn't get neutralized. Players, if they get tackled, are meant to get rid of the ball, or they can be called out for holding the ball, which is a free kick to the team that tackles. So you can lose possession if you keep hold of the ball instead of getting rid of it. The idea is to keep the ball moving. But there's points where sometimes you don't get an opportunity to get rid of the ball because you get tackled from behind, or maybe you get tackled in a way you collapse on top of the ball, you actually can't get it out. So there's points where where the ball simply physically can't be moved on, and then they have to break that with the ball up. So what this Geelong team did was that they set up a square. The ball up would be in the centre. They had a square where they had a player each corner of where that ball up was. But counterintuitively, they stood behind their opponents. And in AFL, because the idea is you play in front because you get first access to the ball. So when this Geelong team posted up a square where the ball was being bounced in the centre. They stood behind their opponents, which was, people couldn't understand it. Why would they not want first access to the ball? But what they did was when the ball was tipped off and tapped, that they'd have one or two players sprint through this square to receive the ball from the tap. They'd grab it on the way through and break out of the square. And what would happen would be that if, when the players, the opponents who are on the inside of the square tried to break out to follow the player running through, those players on the outside would now be in between the players on the inside and the player that's run through, if you understand. So they stood in a defensive position, which then stopped the other team attacking counterintuitively. But if the ball didn't get tapped out and it got neutralised in that square, those four players would collapse in on the ball and collapse in on their opponents. It might be easier if I just do it this way, Joe, because I think.
No, I'm actually seeing it. It's just like the art of war.
Right. And if I do it like this, I'll just show you quickly a diagram. And if this is the ball up, I'll just put a football symbol in there. Right, and got the ball up. Then what would happen would be you'd have. So I don't know if you can see it. If I can get, there we go.
Yes.
So the X's are the team I'm talking about, right? And you can see that coloured in oval is the football. And what would happen was when that ball was tossed up, the X guy that's right near that ball would tap it. Sorry, I should have drawn an X running through, not an oval. That's a mistake. Sorry, I'll fix that. Better. What would happen would be the guy running through, you can see that X with the arrow, right? He would run through. Now, those X's on the outside, these guys,
yeah,
they're in a position where they wouldn't get the ball, but the moment this guy gets here and these players try to go to him, right? These guys are in a position to be in the way. Right. So as this guy gets up here, then what happens is these guys move into that position like that.
Okay. They move inside.
Right. And so as these players try to get to this guy who's sprinted through at full speed, you know, at like sprinter speed, and they do these guys here who do these roles, they run 100 meters in 11 seconds, right? 11 and a half seconds. So they're fast. They're not Olympic speed 100 meter sprinters, but they're pretty quick.
Yeah.
Right. On a dash. And so what would happen was this guy taps the ball to this guy. He's running through, and these players would come across and then stop those. So there'd be a clear pathway, and they'd repeat this process up the field. Right, so they had a sequence of squares, so then they could be stronger around. Now, if this ball was neutralized, let's say you couldn't tap it to this guy here couldn't tap it there, then the ball would end up somewhere in this square. These players would run in to get it, and then these players would tackle them and just collapse the whole thing in again, reset it, right? But it was counterintuitive. People were looking at it going, oh, there's no strategy here. They're standing behind their players. That can't possibly be a strategy because they're at a disadvantage. They're not playing in front.
Yeah.
Right. Anyway, they had more than, I mean, this was one of their key ones. It was such a cool thing that they were doing, because what it would do is, you can imagine around this, there was just like lots of defensive players, right? But this guy here, particular guy, he could kick 50, 55 meters. So if they did this anywhere within the forward third of the field, he would generally just.
What's the speed around? What was the speed? You said it roughly.
They're running 100 meters in about 11 and a half seconds.
Wow.
And kicking 50 meters at the same time, right?
That's a lot.
So I'll show you. I'll send you a link of an example of one of those, right? Of the guy I'm talking about, who literally was their go-to guy in this situation. And he's just he was just amazing. Let me see if I can find one. So I'll just have to find one for you. Just amazing though to watch them do it. No, not that one.
I'm gonna have to head to bed soon.
What time is it over there, mate?
It's midnight.
All right, yeah, that's late enough.
Oh, and I gotta write something before tomorrow morning. I think I do. I don't know if I'll make it, but
this is actually a pretty good example, because I mentioned that they broke out of this. They had this setup when they had this setup when they were playing around the field. When the balls, but they also had this set up at the center bounce when you start the game, or when there's a goal scored, it goes back to the center. And this link here, it's not very long if you want to give it a quick look. It shows you how that play worked that I just described out of the center. It's a slightly different setup in the center, but it's essentially the same idea.
did they replay it?
Yeah. You only have 3 players in the center, not 4. It's not quite a square, and they're not playing in those defensive positions I described, because it's not close to the goal where the defensive positions were. But you can see how he cuts through that whole center arrangement, right? He just breaks through it. So that guy taps it to his advantage. Look at him, just bang.
That's
right.
amazing.
Right, and I mean, he was the prime mover in their day when they won 3 premierships in a row, and he was pretty remarkable. But they just transformed the game completely, and
Interesting.
this
That
is
was actually in real time.
sorry.
That was interesting to see that in real time.
Yeah. This guy too was just, he broke open spaces, and you can, yeah, he's it was a good time actually to watch the game, because finally this whole defensive thing had been broken open. And once teams realized they couldn't just flood the defensive position anymore because this team was just breaking through it, they then had to man up much more to try to stop the supply getting into the defensive area, because it was too late once it got into attack for this team. They'd generally score goals, right? And so then teams playing defensively would just be letting them get to within goal scoring distance. And then they had to decide they had to move their players up the field and stop this whole swarming in defense thing going on. And that was sort of the end of it. It was it's like an old war weapon of war, Joe. It had been defeated and wasn't going to be brought back. Thank God. 7 years of miserable football watching, which it was dreadful. Yeah, I said it's I'll send you one last link. This is not an example of the game plans, because they tend to happen off of stoppages, but it gives you an idea of why this particular player was such a weapon in changing the way the game was played, because this is a showcase of his abilities. And in one game, I think it was. Yeah, this is one game, round 11, 2008. This was at the height of their powers, and you can see. I mean, it's not very long. So if you want to give it a look, I'd be keen to get your thoughts. It's quite fascinating.
It is fascinating.
It's But they're in the dark blue this time. Right. So you can see he plays in the center of the ground. So when you see him in the forward line, he's run all that way to then be involved in a sprint. But he opens up the play so much. Like you can see this side, 3 players he just gets rid of there, and you know he's constantly sort of cutting through the defense. But by this stage, they'd already played a year where this game plan of theirs had broken the game open, and now you've got other teams playing man on man. That is, they're trying to mark each man with an individual opponent to try to neutralize them at the point of possession. They're not playing the zone. It was essentially a big zone defense. You can see that 50-meter curve, the big 50-meter line, which is a curve near the sort of 50 meters out from goal. And before this, teams were sending all of their players into the 50-meter defensive zone. So it's like a zone defense of 18 players who didn't have to cycle because you don't have a key, you can just stand there. And then when the ball would be kicked into the forward line, 3 players would converge on where that ball was going to try to outman where the ball was being kicked to. But when you've got a player like this, who's just breaking the game open through leg speed and through strength and skills, then he's just changed the game. So, but it was funny how the team that I supported, which wasn't this team, was so caught up in their game plan that they couldn't see the strengths of their opponent's game plan in terms of energy preservation.
That is actually.
I think that was the most striking thing for me, and I only did it because I got after watching like 8 games in this season. Because when Geelong finally broke through this defensive strategy, it was about halfway through a season. They hadn't been winning, and they'd been working on this game plan for 18 months and just not winning. And they were still at the bottom of the table, really, in the bottom few clubs. Then it just clicked in the middle of the season. They started blitzing teams 20, 25 goal victories. And when that happened, they played half a season and then actually ended up winning that premiership that year because they just pretty much put a winning streak together all the way into the finals and won. And from being nowhere halfway through the season, and it was obvious, oh wow, something's changed here. And then we go into the next season and I'm watching my team play the same game plan with a tweak here and there. And when I say the same one, they've got different ones, but there was one they seem to go back. They've got core game plans they go back to. And this core game plan they're running, I'm like, why are you still doing that? Like, that's no longer competitive. And after 8 games, we weren't doing so well. And I was a bit like, they've got to change this, you know, they're not, they can't compete. So I went and saw them, and that's when it all happened. And I picked up a few $1,000s for going in for a meeting. So it wasn't for me, it was nice. I got a little, you know, I mean, I spent probably 3 hours prepping and an hour in a meeting, and I got a couple of grand for it, but it was, huh?
You went out there, you spent how much?
No, I spent 3 hours prepping, or maybe a touch longer. 3 hours prepping, and I spent an hour in the meeting showing what I've discovered. And I negotiated did a quote negotiated with them before I went there. Told them that I wouldn't take the money if they didn't think the information valuable. And so they agreed to that. And then I showed them, they said, okay, send the report, you know. So they agreed it was valuable. But then to get the phone call a week later, oh, look, you know, we'll pay you, because they had the awkward thing, oh, we're not going to take the report, but we'll still pay you, you know. And I'm like, well, you obviously think it's valuable because you're paying me.
Exactly.
Right? You could have said, you could have taken me up on my terms, but you didn't. And at the same time, you don't want the information. And it was that time when I just went, you know what, I can't barrack for this team anymore. I've just got to support the game. So I just found the whole thing, it reminded me too much of the bureaucracies of the corporate world that I'd been in for too long. And I was just like, you know what, if you don't want to win football games and you're more interested in the petty politics, I'm not interested in that. I want to watch good football. I'm just going to follow Geelong for a while. You know, they seem to be playing good football. So I just become a fan of the game. I just watch random games now based on, you know, game plans and who's playing well. Not so much following a particular team.
I haven't seen any kind of sporting event, so not many anyway, over the past 3 years.
Really?
Yeah.
Were you much of a sports fan? You sound like it.
I am. I like the analytical and actually the physical aspect of it, but just been too busy, and it's not as much a priority as it once was, but I do miss. But you know, I loved the Wharton Moneyball podcast because I really could see like that. I'm telling you, that podcast was one of the better ones.
I have to check it out. What was it called again?
See, I'll put it in the chat.
Oh, yeah, cool. Wharton's Moneyball, wasn't it?
Yeah, Wharton Moneyball.
So yeah, no, look, I'm the same as you, Joe. I don't watch many games anymore. It's sort of the odd game here and there. I'm not really, I just don't have time for it as well. I guess you go through moments. When I first got my algorithm together and I was using it to try to deconstruct what was going on, I had a real fascination for the game for a few years there while I was doing that. And that just so happened to coincide with this team changing the nature of how the game was played in a couple of years, you know. And
I mean, and it's interesting because I mean, if you really just listen to it enough, you'll actually learn about statistics.
Right. And yet one of the problems they have,
high level statisticians too.
Look, and one of the problems they have, and this was cool. I've got that. I will check it out. One of the problems that they've got with this statistical based approach is that it, you know, what's that old phrase? There's lies, damn lies, and statistics.
Yeah.
And this is the problem with statistics, is that it can give you, of course, it's amazing insights. It's data, but a lot of it's dead spy stuff.
Well, no, I agree with you. I mean, but I will say this is that in a way, the way how do I say this? The way that the way it's set up, there's still a huge role for qualitative analysis in sports. In the sense, the way people that are on the ground that actually make decisions. And there's actually an interesting question about how this works in with the idea of flow as well. Like, you know, that's something that some people don't believe exists, but there is. And they are starting to find people that don't contribute statistically contribute somehow when they're in the game, their team is better. So that's an interesting phenomenon.
Well, sorry to interrupt you, going.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, you're talking about what I would call strange attractors.
Yeah.
Of chaos, right?
Yeah.
You know, right. The precipitous elements that start to move a system into order.
That's exactly what it is.
And that's that the thing is, it depends on the game, I think, a lot, right? So and not being an American, I haven't spent a great deal of time watching NFL or Major League Baseball. And part of the problem with those two games, in terms of what I'm referring to, is they're, when I say part of the problem, perhaps I should say this, they're much more inclined to be, to reveal information via statistical analysis than games that are a bit more dynamic. And the reason I say that is because there's a lot of reset conditions. So you're running lots of mini experiments every play in a game of NFL or every pitch in a game of Major League Baseball is a self-contained event. It's an independent event. It's mutually exclusive of the other events in everything but the aggregated score and statistics. So you can, sure, there's carryovers of morale and form and all the rest, but what I'm trying to explain there is to say that where you've got a game like basketball where it's constantly moving, or you've got a game like AFL where it's constantly moving but on a much larger scale with many more participants, then what happens is that those strange attractor issues, in whatever form they might fall out, because it could be individuals, it could be types of game plans. It could be energy expenditure. It could be areas of the field that are being focused on. You know, it could be how they break from traffic. You know, so when you've got a lot of congestion in a particular space, how do teams break out of that quickly into formations? And when you are dealing with patterns of movement, not just the and what happened, the reason I could see something that these guys couldn't see was because they were using the data coming out of the stats. They said to me, but when I said you're using too much energy, they said, we're using the same amount of energy as Geelong's using. We know, we've got the stats. And I'm like, you're using it in the wrong part of the field. Where you're using it is not advantageous. I said, you're all using roughly the same energy. You've all got the top flight athletes. You're all doing the same amount of training. You're all pretty much conditioned the same. There's going to be a plus or minus 2% performance rating on any of your fitness or energy use. So then it's not going to be it's not going to be the amount of energy you're spending. It's where you're spending that energy on the field and to what ends. Right? That was your problem. Right? Right. So because they were like, what do you mean energy? They, you know, well, could you know, expand on that? And I'm like, well, look where this team's using the energy. Right? You know that play I held up, Joe? Right? When you look at this, when you look at this play here, when you look at that, there's only one player out of 6 players there that's using energy. That guy. Yeah. That guy, and this guy are largely stationary. Right? These guys take a couple of steps to block. If the ball, because he didn't always run that way, sometimes he ran through this way, sometimes he'd run through that way or that way. So whichever way he ran, on the odd occasion, if they're right in the forward line, he'd run this way and then curve back around. So whichever way this player ran through the square, right, these players would simply take a few steps to block, or if the ball got neutralized in the middle, they'd just tackle and collapse. These guys aren't using very much energy, just this guy is. So what did they do? They had 4 players like this bloke. That guy I showed you, he was the best of them. They had another 3 players. 2 of them played off the interchange bench. They rotated these 4 players off the interchange bench. Like they'd play for 5 minutes and rest for 2. Play 5, rest for 2, play 5, rest for the constant rotation. Sometimes they'd have 2 players running through. One player would run that way, one player would run that way. And this guy could tap it here or tap it there, yeah?
Yeah.
So, but in this, the only guy using energy really is this guy, the runner.
How many players are there in this?
18 players on the field on each side. But when you've only got 4 of your players doing the attacking sprint.
Right. Numbers, yeah.
And then what they did, they would take the other 14 players and then just distribute them evenly up the ground. So the 3 in pockets of 3 or 4. So then wherever the ball went, so I'll just show you that quickly. Oops. Right, so then the other 14 players, they could roughly put a distributor down the field, and wherever there was a ball up, one player could join the 4, or they'd have 4 there, and then you had the other 4 players that would follow the ball. And so these players didn't use very much energy. Right, it was only the 4 players really doing the sprinting that used all the energy.
And then you know how to substitute.
Sorry?
Then you know how to substitute from there.
Well, the other advantage to that is when it's time to defend, this team had actually a lot of energy in their tank for defending. Yeah. They're actually a very good defensive team, but they'd defend man on man. They wouldn't defend in a zone. They just play one-on-one with their direct opponent And but they had more energy than their opponents because their opponents were still trying to move more of their players forward of the ball or back. So, you know, imagine, Joe, if instead of this, you've got those players running up here and then these players running down here. That means every minute or two, they're all running up and down, you know. It's a big football field, right? And then what happens is, it doesn't take more than 10 minutes of play like that before one team's got more energy, seems to be defending better, attacking with more structure, much more potently. The other team's just running a lot, not getting very far, and then morale collapses very quickly.
That's interesting. Yeah, how morale still back, just like the art of war.
Right, the psychology of it. Yeah, exactly. Because that's the pivot point. Half of that book is psychological, and so then, you know, when other people start getting a bit, I don't even know why, but wrapped up in the application of this tool, you know, whether it fits into a particular analogy or view of it or whatever it is, it's like, I don't quite get it. I'm a bit like, you know what, the tool doesn't work, get a better tool, right?
Right.
And so I'm a bit like, okay, well, gee, you know, and for me, it was, as I said, I saw the patterns in the book, and you guys have poured through. I mean, I came late in the last few chapters, but you guys have been pouring through that book in some detail. I'm like, there's a lot of patterns there. You've been discussing.
Oh yeah, there are. There's a lot.
We've been discussing them every week, and so to come to the end of that and go, you know what, it's just about war, and go, And like I said, you know, that whole attack of plans and alliances being superior to armies and cities, for me, that's the game plan. When a coach in a sporting says, hey, here's our plan, this is our game plan. I mean, Sun Tzu literally says it. And then what's the alliances? The alliances at that point are the relationships between the coaches and the football team, right? How they build those alliances. If that plan is a strong plan, those alliances are very robust, because those players are like, we're in a great club. We've got such a strong coaching team. You know, they've got such a good plan, and they also treat us really well.
Right.
Geelong, you know, the captain of Geelong was every week he was known for doing like charitable community events. Like he would go and help poor people, and like there was this real noble character thing coming out of that same team that was performing that way. Like they've been doing it ever since their game plan changed. So did their approach to helping their local community. They wouldn't just go out as celebrities. They literally go in soup kitchens and do all sorts of things that football teams just weren't traditionally associated with. Like, I could send you a whole, like there's, you know, endless articles written about Joel Selwood, the captain of this team for 10 years. And
yeah, what spurred it?
Sorry?
What spurred their involvement?
Well, but it also spoke to, you know, the nature of their game plan, the nature of who they were as characters. You know, they saw it as football being a means to an end. So, you know, so when they were playing the game, they weren't just playing to win. They were playing to support their local community. They were playing to give joy to people who were down on their luck. They were playing to, you know, there's so much more depth to the meaning of what they were playing for by doing these things, you know. And so this is that, these are the factors of psychology that go to, you know, plans and alliances. That means when they become an army, which is a football team on the field, and in this context, the city is the football field that they're fighting in. It's a siege battle because there is no escape. It's the terrain is, as you say, bounded. You know, so it's not like you've got an out.
Yeah.
It's very much like a siege battle, right? In a city, and you just can't see the buildings. The buildings are the construct of the patterns of player shapes. Right? Is there an opening? Oh, that's like an alleyway I can get through. Oh, there's a street. Someone's left a street open. We can get 3 players down the middle of that street, you know. Oh no, that's just a brick wall. No, we're not going through there. There's someone's put a big wall there, you know, like yeah. So it's sort of it's an intangible, you know, but it's an intangible environment that's much more like a siege battle than it is a battle in an open plains battlefield. Just because, especially in AFL, where you've got 36 players and a lot of players. So you don't have a lot of free space. But on basketball courts, the same thing. You've got 10 players in a very confined space.
That's right. I mean, there is a very limited amount. So it's like, and that's goes in, that makes calculating that much easier. And actually that even statistically, like, distances actually, what's an optimal shot, kind of thing.
Well, the classic example to that, just while you mention it, has to be Stephen Curry, right?
Yes,
Right. The fact
that is the example. That is who changed essentially the analytics. Well, I mean, they come to that conclusion, but his size no longer mattered, right?
no, they found the open terrain in the court.
Yes.
In such a constricted space, the open terrain was a meter outside the 3-point line.
That's right. That's right.
Everyone's running into the defensive space inside the 3-point line, into the key, to try to stop the laneways, to try to stop access to the basket. He just says, well, if I shoot from here, I'm uncontested.
Well,
the open,
and even if they did contest them, even if the number of shots that you put up accounted for the fact that you're making more, if you shot a
points, shot.
Yeah,
Right.
you get 50% more.
Yes.
For each shot. So that's like, all right, well, you're willing to take a risk. In other words, that you'll miss more shots because it's compensated.
But that also goes to the direct commentary in Sun Tzu's book about rewards.
Right.
Where
It actually does.
Where are the superior rewards? Right.
That's
So
right.
where are the superior rewards? Where's the open terrain? Like you could work backwards from the patterns in that book, and you could go, well,
and that's actually a good point, because knowing where the superior rewards are, essentially, knowing where the superior rewards are, essentially, means you're asking the right questions. So I mean, sometimes, like, so the idea is like, it's not necessarily how you optimize what you're already doing, but it's like, what else is not being done. And
Right.
so that's very, very common in business, is that people will look, and I'm just actually reading something about how, and I've thought of this for the longest time, people will automate a process that doesn't work. And it's like, all you're doing is faster. So,
but it also, I was also going to, no, you're right. And look, and part of that problem is, Sun Tzu says it as well. You attack with the unorthodox, you defend with the orthodox. So
right.
when Stephen Curry comes along, a 3-point attack plan is unorthodox. Right?
Exactly.
Right. If someone's trying to automate a process that doesn't work, well, it's already orthodox.
Right.
It's not going to form very much of an attack when you do it. When Geelong, that team, started playing that game with the squares that I showed you, that was very unorthodox, when you had all the teams moving most of their players up and down the field into a defensive zone. It was the
That only
unorthodox.
works for so long, though, too.
Sorry?
It only works for so long.
Which is exactly what happened, right? They got 3 premierships,
right.
And that you have to keep changing, because especially in sports, it worked out. And though the team I went and saw didn't quite, well, they collapsed for a decade after I went and saw them, because they just had this problem where they weren't wanting to get the outcome the better way. They weren't, they weren't meeting enough of Sun Tzu's criteria to start with. So then it just became political, and they were guessing and hoping rather than calculating. And but Geelong, and there's another couple of teams that have had success, you could see when they actually started to meet the tenets of what Sun Tzu was talking about, they would come up with some unorthodox attack plan. They'd much better use their energy, and there was a whole bunch of tick-offs. But in general terms, you could see, well, I can see why these people are on the ascendancy, and that whole issue of the rewards and the unorthodox and the issue of measurement goes to what I think it was Paul was saying, and this idea that somehow conflict can't be the crux of matters because it's too destructive.
Right.
And well, it is if you don't weigh it up and think about it. And yeah, you're going to waste a lot of energy, not with the championship. That's what's going to happen. Yeah, you're right. That's pretty destructive. So, and of course, in the context of a tournament, there's only one winner in the sense of the championship. So everyone else has degrees of losing from there. And so it's a particularly brutal environment to test these theories because of the fact you've got so many competitors, only one winner. But in the terms of human evolution and human affairs, well then, by definition, the idea that it's destructive, if destructive becomes orthodox, then the unorthodox next step is going to be non-destructive, right? Notwithstanding the fact that plans and alliances are still the better way of engaging over armies and cities. So the point I'm making is even when we fall into a level of destructiveness, right? One of the reasons that fails over time, Sun Tzu calls it prolonged warfare, basically never being of value because it defeats everyone, it takes up all your treasure, destroys your cities and your armies. It's obviously destructive. But when you think about it in terms of orthodoxy and unorthodoxy, a protracted warfare no longer has the advantage of being unorthodox and targeted. Blitzkrieg was successful because it was unorthodox and it was, by definition, lightning. It was fast.
Right.
And where did it go? It went to where the forces were. It didn't go to the French line. It went around them, went through the forest to the north.
It was very disorienting too.
Got
And it
behind
was
them.
also meant to be demoralizing as well. They also used psychological warfare during Blitzkrieg.
Well, and just their whole corporate branding. They had a level of corporate branding 50 years ahead of its time. I mean, when you saw that level of corporate branding, really arrive in the 80s, in the early 90s, in terms of its postmodernism, in terms of its sheer force of corporate identity. And that I know a bit about that particular topic. And it's always a disturbing topic for me because I can never talk about it really openly because it's such a taboo topic to talk about the swastika as a logo, the corporate identity of the Nazi regime. It's not a topic that people, but the truth of the matter is, as far as corporate identity goes, they were the people who used it they used it 50 years ahead of its time. In a postmodernist way, we only really saw in the early 90s, which is one of the reasons they were so successful. They could roll into a town, stick up the banners and the logos and the uniforms, and it looked like they were everywhere. When quite often they were, thin on the ground as they spread their forces. But it was revolutionary. In terms of corporate identity, it's a study in what to do right, but it's not a study you can share with people in any sort of context that is acceptable. It's like, and this is one of the funny parts of the art of war in itself. People start getting worked up because of its warfare context. And yet there's a certain reality or certain truisms to a number of the tools within it. And in the same way, it's like, well, as someone who spent many years and built a system to identify what superior logos were in their application, do you just ignore what the Third Reich was able to achieve in that domain? Well, it's actually undeniable. So you study it privately and go, hey, if I want a company to succeed, I want them to be sort of at that standard. It's, not because of any moral content.
No.
It's a question of performance. It's I don't know. So I always, people seem to think that if you take a treatise about war, like the Art of War, and then deconstruct it into tools, that somehow you're being a warmonger, or you stand for war, or and then you try to say, but it's about not having war. It's actually about avoiding war. It's about, it's still, there's something that triggers people about the very notion of its origin that makes it hard to see that, to go beyond that. Oh, it's just, then it gets to, it's just an analogy. It's just to this, to that. It's like, well, hang on. You spend all these weeks reading it. There's so many different, there's so many circuits in that book. I guess that's why I ended up doing what I did, because as I was reading it, I was going, you know what? I just related back to my experiences in boardrooms. I'd be like, you know what, I've seen that pattern. I've seen this pattern too. I've seen that pattern. I've seen this pattern. And then it'd be like, I was like a poker machine in my head as I was reading it. Ding, 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 ding. I was like, wow, see all these patterns, Joe. It's like patterns that I've experienced in boardrooms and with other people.
I gotta get going. I really do.
Sorry, mate. I'm holding you up. I know. I love
No,
talking to you.
It's not that you're not holding me up, but I just had Eleanor. I'll see you tomorrow, maybe. Are you coming? We're doing the philosophy of history if you're interested. Yeah.
Normally I can come. I have to see. I lost my mind right now.
What's that?
I lost my mind right now. I'm on a bed already in my mind.
I have a whole thing to write by tomorrow morning, so I don't know how to do it. I don't know. I mean, I don't need to write it from scratch. I just need to rewrite it. So, but whatever. I don't know. We'll see what happens here. I don't know.
Are you using GPT at all, Joe?
Yeah, it's good.
I use it. Yeah, I mean, I use it for a lot of things, actually. But it does make mistakes. And the thing that's, look, I don't have anybody I talk to regularly. So sometimes it's just nice to bounce questions off of something. At the very least, it spurs a different question. So that's the thing. That's the thing it's most beneficial for. I can imagine it would really be helpful for a kid, or especially if you're autistic or something. It would be really helpful.
I've found that the more I've been able to prime it, the more I get out of it.
Yeah, learning how to prompt it properly is important. Yeah, it is a pretty incredible tool. So
yeah,
it is
I was just thinking about that in terms of helping you write this thing quickly. I found that I can get into the ballpark pretty quickly. But you're right, always find letters take time. You got to do it yourself.
You got to at least make sure it captures. Sometimes it misses the essence of whatever. I can pump things into it to rewrite it, and that's what I'm going to do. But even some of it is not. It needs a lot of massaging. Put it that way.
I can, when people send me text written by ChatGPT, I can see it. Because I use it so much that I can feel.
You can tell something.
Mm-hmm. It uses also always certain specific words, which I think
it's very verbose.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And it's very obvious. I know when I get a ChatGPT text.
Yeah, me too. I'm not.
I mean,
it's not like it in my business because we are all visual and not verbal, so they kind of prefer it because we are not selling text, or we're just kind of like doing formal. So for my case, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, it still makes things faster, but I'll tell you, Carol. So, and plus it's knowing for this, it's for me, it's more of a format issue I'm dealing with, which is actually, that doesn't help at all. So.
It doesn't do that. I'm pretty verbose, so I don't think people pick up too much difference in my stuff.
No, I bet you that there are words it uses that are just odd.
I've had some success pumping legislation into it and getting legal letters out of it.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I will say goodbye now.
Yeah, me too. Sorry, Joe, I'll let you go. Lovely to see you, Eleanor.
Take care, guys. All right, bye-bye.
We'll speak later, Joe, hey?
Yeah, well, yeah, whenever you want. Whenever you send me a couple Sundays, you were up for it.
Yeah, I think a couple of weeks' time on a Sunday we were going to work it out. So
all right,
if you want to do that again, I'd love to.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to it.
Might see you tomorrow. We'll see how we go. I've got something
Yeah,
on, but
the philosophy of history is awesome.
yes,
I started reading part of the book, so I won't finish it by tomorrow, but it's really good.
yes, I'd have to cursory read, but I'm somewhat
You
familiar.
don't have to read. You can know enough about the history of the philosophy of history without it.
No, I was very much thinking about jumping on that one, but it's just I'm in a different location, but it might still work for me if it's because I think it's the same time as this one tomorrow. So
It is.
Yeah, cool. Oh, well, I might see you there, Joe.
All right. Take care, my friend.
See you, mate. Bye.
Later.